Happy Monday, everybody. We have a lot to talk about. So grab a beverage. Hopefully you're wearing something very comfy. Smash that like on your way in. And let's get this no offense, all offense party started.
If you like what you see, come and get it with me. I know you deserve all you want, 'cause your heart's made of gold. But don't wait till you're old. If you want it, I get you some.
Hello and welcome back to my channel, stand-up comedian, pop culture vulture, Joleen Lunzer here for another no offense, all offense on this Monday, January 26th. Hello to everyone joining live. Please smash that like if you haven't already. You guys, this is No Offense, All Offense, where we talk about anything spiking our dopamine, whether it's reality television, pop culture news, true crime, trending news topics. We get into anything. We kind of follow the dopamine with my ADHD and whatever I decide to get hyper-focused on, which, if you like to be along for the ride, can be really anything. All right. Remember that I am very opinionated, you guys, but you're welcome to have your opinion in the live chat or the comment section. As long as we don't act like Tamra Judge, we should be able to agree to disagree.
That's my opinion!
It's just my opinion. Also, remember, everything I say is true, except for the parts that are false. Everything is alleged and for entertainment purposes only.
Allegedly.
Okay. So let's get this Monday party started. You guys know the drill. If you want to support the channel further than liking or subscribing, which are free ways to support the channel, please hit that like and subscribe. You can do what James W42 did. Thank you so much. And became a member of the channel. There you'll get access to custom emojis and all kinds of things. So if you want to do that, I also have a Patreon. If you prefer Patreon, links are in the description. You can hit me up on the Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Thank you so much to those of you. I got a bunch of Venmos recently. So thank you. And then also, you can send a super chat while we're live here on YouTube. I'll highlight your comment. I'll read it. It's a great way to support the channel as well. You don't have to do any of that. But if you choose to, it is there. Let me know if you guys, Dave is playing with his little squeaky toy. So let me know if it gets too much, but I'm just going to let him do it. I'm just going to kind of let him do it. Michelle's Three Boys, thank you for coming in with the first super chat of the live. Says, hi, Jolene. Love seeing you 2 days in a row. I love seeing you guys 2 days in a row as well. I think this week I will be live every day of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So make sure you have your notifications on so you know when I go live. Today, we are getting into, as the title states of this live, they think we're stupid, the miseducation of Minnesota. For those of you who, I don't think anybody doesn't know what's going on in my home state of Minnesota. We've talked about it a little bit here and there on this channel. I've covered politics in the past. Those of you who follow me, I've roasted politics, recapped, reacted to politics. I kind of have done all of that. Now, I know that some people may have been new to the channel and found this channel and were like, what, bitch? You have a political view? And they were like, deuces, ho, and God bless. You know what I mean? You don't got to stay. You really don't have to. But, if you like to laugh and have a good time and you can deal with my progressive ideals, which are not going to change, and you cannot shut up in ADHD Aquarius. It just, good luck. Okay, that's the way I was raised. Blame Nan and Papa. Okay, my parents are literally in Minnesota and they have been protesting this administration since Trump was reelected. My parents are in their 70s and they're out there. Okay, they're hippies to the core, progressives to the core. My dad's a Teamster, now retired. This ain't my first rodeo. I've walked picket lines and things since I was little. So we're going to have some laughs, we're going to have some fun, we're going to have some roasting, but also, kind of tackle some of this that is very serious things that are going on in our country and that have been incredibly hard to watch. And if you've noticed, I have struggled, to be honest, to come live and be funny. And I'm sure so many people feel that way just in life, like struggling to just get through the day with all this craziness going on and sadness and these tragedies and feeling like this sense of hopelessness and helplessness. So there are days where I'm like, I can't make this shit funny. I don't feel funny. I don't want to laugh. Well, I always do want to laugh though, but I can't, I'm not bringing anything good to you guys. And maybe even when I think I'm bringing something good, I'm not. You know what I mean? It's all subjective. You could be like, well, girl, you're not always bringing it anyways. And I'm probably not. So, and that's okay. Thank you, Evelyn, for coming in with the super chat. Says, I hope Nana is okay. My parents are good. My family is good. Just my heart breaks and my heart is with Minnesota. I've never felt more far away in my life than since ICE has, taken over the state. And, but I have this immense sense of just pride and I just to see Minnesota do what I know Minnesota does and to see it on the national stage and to see people going, oh, damn, those ice fisher people with, frozen boogers in their nose, they're kind of badass. Yes, Minnesota is a true blue state. It is a very progressive area. Okay. We do vote blue. That's how it is, and we take care of our own, and we're very proud to be from Minnesota. If you know a Minnesotan, they will bring up anything they know is Minnesotan. Honeycrisp apples, that's Minnesotan, so it's the best apple. Back in the day, we repped hard for Target. Oh my God, I wanted to be buried in Target. I was like, just bury me in Target. I love Target. I liked Target more than I liked some humans, some people, some of my family members, not immediate family, if my mom and dad are watching. But now I hate Target. I haven't shopped at Target in a year since they started simping to President Kankles, because I am going to decide where my money goes. Now you can decide wherever your money goes if they don't, align with how you feel, what you believe. And I will say that with Minnesota, they were this Minnesota company, and we repped them so hard and we supported them so much. And we were so proud. I mean, the Timberwolves play tonight. Shout out to the Wolves. They play at the Target Center. Like, that's the name of the arena. Target is a bunch of my friends worked at Target Corporation. When I was in my 20s, I'm like, maybe I want to work at Target Corporation. And then I realized I don't want to work at any corporation. I just want to talk shit on the internet. And luckily that worked out later. Okay. But when Target just complete bout-faced and was like, yeah, we're going to roll back DEI, I was like, oh, okay, fuck these hoes. You can't be one way my whole life, and I'm 45 years old, and then all of a sudden, orangey dementia pants comes in, and you're like, oh, well, I guess we don't like diversity, equity, and inclusion. Just kidding. It's like, who do you think bought your Pride stuff? Like, who do you think? And now Target's struggling because clearly you don't know your customers. The other people you're simping to, Walmart. Them are Walmart hoes. Those are Walmart, and that's okay. I don't like Walmart. I've never liked Walmart. It's the lights. Do you ever notice Walmart? The lights are so bright. The aesthetics aren't good. Target's aesthetics were good. It's just not cozy in the Walmart. Okay. So Target, you're now chasing Walmart hoes, and they're like, no thanks, too expensive, don't want. Okay. But thanks for, rolling back the DEI. Okay. So I don't know. Rabbit, so good to see you. Thank you so much for the super chats. Just hit the like. Thanks for this conversation. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Rabbit. I appreciate seeing you here. If you guys aren't subscribed, go subscribe to Down the Rabbit Hole News. Jamie B, thank you so much. One of my wonderful moderators. If you F with Nana, you F with me. Nana's a badass. Nana and Papa, my parents, they haven't been in Minneapolis, but they did go to a memorial at the Capitol for Renee Good. And then they are attending things in their own, on the St. Paul side of, Nana didn't cross the river. I'll be honest with you. Nana is a St. Paul girl. Nana really didn't go to Minneapolis. The rest of us were like, let's go to Minneapolis. And she was like, I don't think so. Nana if you're from the Twin Cities, you understand it. You probably have one person in your family who's like, I don't like St. Paul. That place is boring. Or you have someone who's like, I don't go across the river to Minneapolis. And that's just how it is. Okay. So thank you so much, Jan Parker Cruz. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Artist, so good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says for a good family, for the Preddy family. Yes, we're going to talk about Alex Preddy and all the things. Yeah. If my dad saw me in a Walmart, if my now retired Teamster dad saw me shopping at a Walmart, oh my God, my dad worked for Pepsi. Okay. He was a truck driver. and he was a Teamster. I couldn't even drink Coke. So now you see me because he's retired, and I'm like, you got enough. Okay. Now I'm drinking Coke. I couldn't even drink Coke back in the day and go to Walmart. Oh my God. We couldn't eat Hormel meat. I don't even know if I still can eat Hormel meat because they went on strike in the 80s. And my dad's like, get that Hormel shit out of here. That's scab shit, you know? So there are so many places I already can't shop at and can't go to because that's just the way I was raised, you know? So I have some stuff I put together. I cultivated a little video because I feel like there's a lot of people talking about what's going on in Minnesota, and they've never been to Minnesota. They don't know anyone from Minnesota. They don't understand how Minnesota is. They're willing to believe this propaganda that's being put out there, that these are paid agitators and that we aren't really full of a bunch of people who this is. If you look at the history of the state and you look at Minnesota, this is what we've done forever. Okay. My grandfathers worked for the railroads. Obviously, we know how important the railroad unions were in this country. And we know this, just the fact, it disheartens me to see people believe such ignorant propaganda and to shit on a state that has been a very successful blue state, a very progressive state, a place where people want to live. You think they're choosing to stay in one of the coldest states in the union with the utmost pride. Okay. And we were raised to protect our neighbors, to get to know our neighbors. Minnesota also is a place where immigration, since I don't even think I knew a life without immigration. Growing up on the east side of St. Paul, we had a very large, which still exists there in Minneapolis and in the suburbs and all over the state now, Hmong population. And so when I went to school in the St. Paul public school system, I had all of these kids whose parents and grandparents came from Laos. And that was just, probably half of my school sometimes was Hmong immigrants. So that becomes normal to us, and these Hmong immigrants came into St. Paul and built up areas with successful businesses, areas that were dying in St. Paul. And were such, brought so much to our city. And so to see people who have no idea, like this Nick Shirley idiot, and all these people just come into our state and think they know something, like, bitch, sit down. I'm not going to wherever you're from and pretending I know all about that place. So I thought tonight we'll really get to know Minnesota. We'll get to see what's actually happening there and what's going down, because we can't just listen to all these propagandists talk shit on a state. Because we know why they're going after Minnesota. We know why Trump wants to make up lies and pretend that there's some kind of voter fraud in Minnesota. Bitch, they're not voting for you. Okay. I got a few family members that vote, and that's it. Okay. And we don't really talk to them anymore. No offense, all offense, because they're like treating Trump like he's their damn favorite sports team. It's become their whole personality, and those kind of people in any facet in life where you're like, okay, but can we talk about something else? No, and you're just like, okay, so everything you have has MAGA on it. Everything you have says Trump. Don't you want to diversify? No, diversity. And they ruined red hats. And I used to have this red hat that my brother gave me that looks just like a MAGA hat, but it says Father of the Year. And I loved wearing it because I just thought, oh, that's hilarious because I'm a woman and I'm your daddy. Anyways, so they ruined that. I can't have that. I can't enjoy that hat anymore because then everyone thinks I'm wearing a MAGA hat. And I can't be seen a MAGA hat. Like, no offense, all offense, but no Sankey. Okay. I'm critically thinking and judging all these hoes, Democrats, Republicans, whatever. I'm watching you because we, the people, are watching over you. Okay. You work for us. I'm cheering for the Minnesota Timberwolves, not for politicians. Okay. We got to keep them in check, and we got to make sure they're working for us, and we got to make sure they're not working for their vested interests, and they're not working for their, whoever is financing their campaigns, and the millionaires and the billionaires. Well, mostly, the billionaires. Loki, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thank you for this tonight, Jolene. You're so welcome. Thank you for joining me. Chickenhead, thank you for the super chat. Says, we stand with Minnesota. Love from the rainforest in Washington. Thank you. Thank you to the rainforest. Cammie, thank you for being a member for 21 months. Says, I shop at Trader Joe's. It's where else? I love Trader Joe's. Or as my little niece used to call it, Trader Joseph's. Can we go to Trader Joseph's? Yes, we can. We can always. And Costco. Costco has become my replacement for Target. I'm just at Costco all the time. And it's only me and Hype Man Husband Chillerette. I don't care. I will buy in bulk if I don't have to support these, feckless companies that claim to be something they're not. Sweet Neon 11, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate that. So you guys sound off in the live chat, okay? Let me know what you think. All your thoughts, hopes, dreams, and opinions. So Shining Diamond says, make the audience public. It is. So this will be streaming on YouTube, public, and then also on Facebook over there. And then I think on Twitch, if you're on Twitch, I don't go to Sam's Club because it's affiliated with Walmart. So again, Papa, my dad would, oh my God, he would not be happy. All right. And they got that $1.50 hot dog, and the pizza at Costco is pretty good too. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So I got this little compilation I put together, and we're really going to get to know Minnesota tonight. Shout out to all of my fellow Minnesotans out there, and everyone in the live chat, and everyone who's just feeling some type of way. Like, let's fucking watch this, have some fun, a little bit of seriousness, and do the damn thing. Okay. So let me make myself like this. All right. Give me a thumbs up in the chat as soon as you can hear the audio for this. And also give me a thumbs up if you can hear my soundboard.
Top titty 2x4 to end the game. That was nice.
Can you hear my top titty 2x4 to end the game? That's nice. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Wintry Widow, thank you so much. Sending all the vibes from Portland. Thank you, Portland. Shout out. Okay, you guys can hear it. All right. So let's get this party started.
Plus of all places.
Minneapolis, yeah.
Yeah.
I would always live in Minneapolis.
You will always live there?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
It's so cold, it keeps the bad people out.
Ain't that the truth? People always ask Prince, like, why do you live in Minneapolis? You are one of the greatest rock stars ever. You have money. You could live anywhere. And he was like, Chanhassen, bitch. He was like, I don't care. He was in Chanhassen, right? What's the other CH? Well, I don't want to get it wrong. Minnesotans, correct me if I forgot. But Prince loved living in Minnesota. And that's one of my favorite quotes. And I think every Minnesotan loves that quote, because he's like, the cold keeps the bad people out. And what we're learning is the cold is starting to keep the bad people out. Okay? Because ICE came into Minnesota thinking they were going to attack Minnesota and Minnesotans when it's, below zero. Chaska, not Chanhassen, girl. Is he in Chaska? Is this mansion really in Chaska? Oh my God. Someone take my Minnesota card away. I said Chanhassen. Is it Chanhassen? There's a dinner theater in Chanhassen. I know that. I can't remember. But one of the CH towns, I think, that he had his, that where Prince lived. And Prince repped Minnesota so hard. And that's why Minnesota, we will be loyal to the people who are loyal to the state. If we have, sports figures, celebrities, businesses who not only, are from Minnesota, but stay in Minnesota and then talk positively about Minnesota, and you talk like nice about us, we love you till the day we die. And even after. Okay, Prince is Chanhassen. It's okay, so was I right? Because I feel like I might have been wrong. Yeah, or the the Lakes of Minnetonka. All right? Shirts versus skins. So Minnesota has been so proud. Since I was a little girl, it's like Prince is from here. You don't have Prince. We have Prince. And Prince didn't just grow up in Minnesota and then leave and go, fuck Minnesota. Prince rode hard for Minnesota his whole life. Okay? He loved being from Minnesota. And we appreciated that so much more from him because he didn't have to. Because I think, anyone who lives in kind of like a middle America state or something, sometimes, people are like, no, those fucking flyover states or whatever. And you're used to kind of getting shitted on. So when you have someone as prolific as Prince co-signing how cool your area is, you're like, okay, that's it. This is amazing. Yeah, shirts versus blouses. That's what it was on the Chappelle show. Oh my gosh. But originally Prince is from Minneapolis, but then he built Paisley Park, which is his huge mansion compound. So we were so happy that, to have, just to be able to claim Prince. Like, that's like, oh my God, and he's letting us. That's crazy.
You let one ant stand up to...
And Bob Dylan too. Bob Dylan is from the Iron Range. He's from Hibbing, Minnesota. So up north. And I think, and Bob Dylan too, he wrote songs about Minnesota that included Minnesota. He didn't reside there for his whole life, but he still wasn't, he didn't shit on Minnesota. So we loved our Bob Dylan too.
us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little...
Only keeps the bad people out.
You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life.
Soon we must all face the choice between what is right and what is easy.
The chances of us getting out of here are 1,000,000 to 1.
Then there's still a chance.
What are we all there to, Sam? There's so good in this world, Mr. Farrell. And it's worth fighting.
Step into your power, don't hide away. You were born to shine in your own brave way. Confidence rising like the light of day. You got everything it takes, don't be afraid.
Living in Minneapolis, of all places.
Minneapolis, yeah.
Yeah.
I will always live in Minneapolis.
You will always live there?
Mhm.
Why?
It's so cold, it keeps the bad people out.
ICE thinks they can get Minnesotans to back.
All right. Thank you, Nikki, for the super chat. Says Minnesota is repping the rest of America. Yes, way to go, Nana, Papa Jolene, for fighting the good fight. And I do have to shout out my brother, my sister-in-law, like basically my whole immediate family has been out there protesting and against this administration. So it is obviously something that hits home for Minnesotans. It hits home for me being from Minnesota and having my entire family back there. And I'm so proud of my fellow Minnesotans and how strong they are and how resilient they are and how they are pushing back against this regime and how they are like, no, you're not going to come into our house and shit on it and ruin it because your Kankles McGee, who may have dementia president, is mad at Tim Walz and mad because Trump will never win Minnesota. He will have to take it, and he knows that, and that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to destroy and take over and divide. Little did he know that community, you can't just come in. We're not just going to roll over. We are going to put on our Carhartt overalls. We're going to grab the nearest hockey stick or a fishing pole, and we are going to head out into the streets and say, fuck you, go home, get out of here, because what we're doing is good. Don't come in here and try to muck this area up. Okay, this ain't Ted Cruz. Minnesota ain't Ted Cruz. You can't come in and shit on our wife, and then we're gonna simp for you and be like, he's great. We're not JD Vance. We're not gonna say you're a Nazi one day. We hate you, and then when there's an opportunity for us, we're gonna go, just kidding. He's great. Where's the nearest couch to fuck? We're not like that. We're not sellouts. We're not turncoats. All right, we are loyal to a fault. I don't even think it's a fault anymore. We are loyal. All right. So take that Ted Cruz, JD Vance, simp ass cuck shit somewhere else, because you're not going to find it in Minnesota. And now let's listen to some Minnesotans explain why you can't just come into our house and think you're going to Wreck-It Ralph for your orange weirdo.
Minneapolis.
You will always live here?
Mhm.
Why?
It's so cold.
Oh, you guys want the Menards jingle? Yes, Menards. You save big money. Now I got to find it on my soundboard. You guys. Okay. That's
Boom.
the boom roasted. Wrong one. Okay, that's ODB. Still cool. ODB, even though he's not from Minnesota. All right. Come on, Menards. I feel like I haven't played the Menards jingle in a while. Where did you go, Menards jingle? Oh, there you are. Here we go.
You save big money, you save big money when you shop Menards.
Hell yeah. When you shop Menards, you save big money. Got a couple 221 pots. Thank you for coming in with a super chat. Terrific. Thank you, Gail Comedy. Thank you, Gail Comedy. I appreciate that. Uptown Alley Cat, so good to see you. Minnesota is giving us hope. Yes. And I just am so happy that like I said, the national stage is seeing what badasses Minnesotans are. I'm just so proud of my people. All right, let's get back to it.
It keeps the bad people out.
ICE thinks they can get Minnesotans to back down. Have they ever heard of Vikings fans? The Twins lost 18 straight playoff games, and we still thought they were going to win it all the next year. When shopping malls in every corner of the country are dying, our shopping mall brings in more money every year than the GDP of Turks and Caicos. We may be Minnesota nice, but our patron saint is an androgynous, sex-positive rock god who changed his name to a symbol to fuck with a record company. I know Minnesotans who have never owned a snowblower because they say shoveling 12 inches of snow builds character. Sitting in a shack on a frozen lake for 4 hours to catch one fish is a hobby. Minnesotans would rather go to the same lake every weekend for 60 years than see the Eiffel Tower. ICE may put toe warmers in their boots to stay warm. Minnesota hockey players put chewing tobacco between their toes to get a buzz. We feverishly support 4 major men's sports franchises that haven't played in a championship game in 35 years.
Forever.
A women's basketball franchise that none of you all can touch. We have over 10,000 freshwater lakes. We have 17 Fortune 500 companies. Prince famously told Oprah he stays in Minnesota because it's so cold it keeps the bad people out. And Prince was right. It's so cold. If you live in Minnesota, it's because you have a reason for staying there. You have community, you have roots, you have family, you have a life worth defending. We know that our culture has always been made stronger by our immigrant neighbors. And it doesn't matter if you're from Norway, Mexico, Laos, or Somalia. If you choose to live your life in Minnesota, surviving that cold and building our communities, you are a Minnesotan. And Trump and ICE are finding out what kind of people they pick to fight with.
As a Minnesotan, I cannot tell you how satisfying it is that the Trump administration looked at Minnesota and was like, let's f with them. Let's f with them in winter when conditions are completely unlivable, when other people would struggle to survive, yet they thrive. If you haven't done a Minnesota winter, let me fill you in. You walk outside and everything hurts. Your skin hurts, your face hurts. If you keep your mouth open, your teeth hurt. You turn on the news and they're like, hey guys, don't forget to bundle up. Otherwise you'll die. And you're like, perfect, let's go sledding. I went to college here where our idea of fun was drinking beer on frozen lakes.
Duluth, maybe.
That's really all there was. And let's talk about the founders. Native American tribes were like, we could go somewhere warmer, or we could cut a hole in the ice and just grab the fish with our bare hands. And everyone was like, let's try the hole. Groups of pioneers were like, you know what? Let's just stop here. Their friends are like, no. Keep going a little bit. And there's like gold and sunshine and stuff. And they're like, did I stutter? I said, stop here. Friends are like, okay. Resilience isn't just a personality trait. It's the foundation of our society. We choose this climate year after year. We're like, it is cold, but the summers really make it worth it. And it wouldn't be so cold without the wind. So if you're shocked that Minnesotans aren't backing down, let me tell you, it only gets colder. And that's when pond hockey starts.
It's true. And that's when pond hockey starts. It is that kind of cold that you'll have the Colorado peeps be like, I've seen cold before. That's no big deal. And then they come in and they're like, oh my God, because it's take your breath away, freeze your nose hairs. It's painful. It's the wind chill. It's the home of the wind chill. It is unlike, if you've never felt it, you can't even imagine until you actually feel it. It's bitter. When they say bitter cold, that's Minnesota. Minnesota, I think, still has the up north, the coldest city in the nation, which I forgot what the name of that city was. Not Cloquet, but like one of those super northern cities that are probably good at hockey. Okay. And this is what we do. Every year, my dad flooded our backyard when we lived on the east side of St. Paul so that we could have a hockey rink, so that we could have an ice skating rink. And that was our priority. Even if it was freezing cold, you would come home after school, bundle up, put your skates on, and they would, they tried to skate the ADHD out of me. They're like, listen, calm down, go on the ice. And me and my brother, that was like, and now that's a lot of kids, parents flood the backyard. And that is like the equivalent of in California having a pool or Arizona having a pool. Okay. You're like, do you have a pool? Well, I do have an above ground one my parents got, okay, from Lowe's or Menards or something. It's only 3 feet, but we can walk around it and make a little whirlpool. All right. It's pretty small, but you know what we have? We got a fucking ice rink in our backyard. And you're like, what? So, and I remember my dad coming home and it was so freezing. And he would come home at night just to maintain it. You know, he's got to resurface it. He didn't have a Zamboni. He's out there with a damn hose and a shovel. But those are the things that we looked forward to every winter. You weren't spending your winters inside. You were out there because this is your reality. And the majority of the year, it's going to be fucking cold. And then you're going to get a summer. It might last 2 weeks. Hell, you're lucky if you get 2 months and you don't die of mosquito bites. But that's what we are looking forward to. That's what we are loving. So the fact that they decided in January, like, oh my God, you know that these ICE agents and Bovina or whatever the hell his name is, that Gestapo guy, are so stupid to come in January fucking with Minnesotans. Like, okay, take the L now. Just take the L now. You see these guys, they're like, you know, their beer bellies are shaking. You know, they're just remembering the glory days of the insurrection and them being a part of it, as they're like, oh, you know, thinking maybe ICE has a different meaning. Maybe they were like, oh, maybe they're saying that because it's fucking cold. Okay, you know, not the greatest, but you know what I'm saying. You know,
And this was becoming uncomfortable
for me. Yeah. These aren't very hardy Nazis that they sent to Minnesota. No. These are the sit on the couch, play Call of Duty, jack off, maybe with a friend. Okay. Maybe a little circle jerk action and sell it. Like that is what we're looking at. These are guys, a little breeze blows past them. They're like, and then they pee themselves a little. So they weren't ready for this shit. So it's wonderful watching these ICE peeps show up, fall. I mean, they don't even know what black ice is, you guys. These hoes came in here driving, walking in Minnesota, and they're like, what do you mean black ice? It's the kind you don't even know it's there. You can't see it. So you better not walk normal and you better not drive normal. And if it hasn't been hit with salt, you're fucked. But they had no idea. You think they would have picked May, but it can even snow in May. We've had lots of snow in May before in Minnesota. So, I mean, just a bad time for these former insurrectionists to come in to Minnesota. Yoga Dork, namaste. Thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Stuck on Strings, thank you for the $9.99. Says, so sorry. I was getting, so late. Sorry, got it. I get the L and the 8. I'm cool. Not really. Was getting kiddo to bed and taking care of pups. So glad you're addressing Minnesota. Have family and friends there, been upset and stressed and not physically there either. Go Nana. Thank you. Go Nana and Dad. Side gig. Thank you for the $5. Says he couldn't take Chicago and he can't take Minneapolis. He's not gaining support from anyone. His plan is failing. Yeah. Trump is seeing that this time in particular, he is on a national stage, he is failing. I mean, you'd think he would be used to failing, but he's not, obviously. And people are seeing this and Americans are like, what the frick is going on? And so what he thought would probably be an easy little conquest is not. So today he's like, oh, I had to talk to Tim Walz. It's like, bitch, you wish. Okay. Yes, you talked to Tim Walz, but I guarantee he did not get what they originally wanted when Pam Bondi sent a letter being like, can we get your voter we want your voter data to make sure that there's not, fraudulent voting going. It's like, bitch, what does that have to do with immigrant? What are you talking about? They just want access to our information so they can use it against us, register us as like domestic terrorists. And Minnesota's like, we're not giving you that information. You don't get to just come in. What are you talking about? Oh man, it's a rough day for the maggots.
Just like with George Floyd, we gonna tear this motherfucker up. That's what the fuck has to happen. Does anybody know why we're given the Second Amendment right?
I don't think they know. They've been telling us for years and years and years. So much so that in like 1999, I had or maybe it was 2000 or something. I had a photography class in college, and we could pick to take pictures of anything. And I went to the UW River Falls, so just over the Minnesota border into River Falls, Wisconsin, because I just couldn't be too far away from home. And everyone was doing like a local bridge or some kind of beautiful photography. And I did pictures about gun control. So I had my little cousins who were over for Thanksgiving at the time, and I had like this fake, pew pew, and I was being what I thought was very artistic, and putting it in different places and having it next to like a glass of milk. And then I wanted to play Ani DeFranco's Armed to the Teeth. And if you've never heard that song before, I highly recommend you listen to that song. It's kind of sad that still, we're probably 25 years out of that song premiering, and it is just as relevant today in the political aspect and everything that we're dealing with. And really no progress has been made. So that kind of a bummer. It's not enough. But Ani basically says, talks about, us being a country that we're armed to the teeth. We're all working together now to make our lives mercifully bleak. And school kids keep trying to teach us what guns are all about, confuse liberty with weaponry, and watch our kids act them out. And look at where the profits are. That's how, you'll find the source of the big lie that you and I, okay, you get it, both know so well. And she's like, by the time it takes this cultural death wish to run its course, they're going to make a pretty penny, and then they're all going to hell. And then she rips on the NRA. She says, the NRA and all the lies they told us along the way, open fire on each weapons manufacturer while he's giving head to some Republican senator. And if I hear one more time about a fool's right to his tools of rage, I'm going to take all my friends. I'm going to move to Canada, and we're going to die of old age. And I thought, I still love that song. Okay. Hopefully I didn't get any of the lyrics wrong. And so I get to class. Everyone's like, look at my bridge in my hometown. And I'm like, they're like, Joleen, what do you got? I'm like, gun control with Ani DeFranco, a feminist folk legend song. And I was like, I brought the CD, and they're like, we don't have a CD player. So then I had to read the lyrics to my class. That was a lot of conservatives, okay? Because it was like a farming school, where it was like agriculture. A lot of these people were like from farms and stuff, which is great. But I just was like, I was like, what's going on here? And they're looking at me like, what is this little socialist talking about? Okay. So, hi, Teddy. Long story short, I think that we've been hearing about the importance of the Second Amendment. We've been hearing about, we got to protect people's right to carry, because, we got to have this protection for us versus a tyrannical government. What if they just show up at your door? We got to be able to protect ourselves. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah. All right, but maybe a little gun control. They're like, no. We don't want to control the guns. We want to let the guns breathe. We want to let the guns live, even in the hands of psychos. Okay? You're like, well, that doesn't seem right. It is. Ask the NRA. Ask, what was that actor guy's name who was big in the NRA? I think he's dead. Winston Hughes. What's his name? You guys know who I'm talking about. Hopefully. Hopefully you guys understand what I'm saying here. And he was in like the Michael Moore documentary. Let me see. Not Clint Eastwood, but he's like Clint Eastwood. He's old and probably dead now. But he wasn't. Charlton Heston. Yes, thank you. You guys are so Jesse Ventura. He was our governor. He was going for a unicameral legislature back in the day. But anyways, yes, Charlton Heston. Mel Gibson, Charlton Heston, Clint, it's kind of, birds of a feather, we can stick. Okay, move on, Jolene. But we've been hearing this over and over. So now we literally have the government showing up at our door without, any judicial warrant saying, we want in, let me in. You got any Hot Pockets? You're like, bitch, no, who eats Hot Pockets anymore? Maybe, my niece and nephew, but no, you can't come in. And they're like, yeah. And we have the government, the federal government, what we saw with Alex Preddy, unholstering the pew pew he had that it was lawful that he had a conceal and carry permit. Everything that these Second Amendment people have been saying is important to them. But then all of a sudden you're like, they're at our doors. They're taking your guns and they're shooting you. And they're like, yeah, but should you have brought the gun? And you're like, what?
It's not enough.
What do you mean? You guys were like, we need the gun at the mall. We need the gun. We get our nails done with our wives. It's not gay. It's if they just file them down and put a clear coat. Okay. And no one's looking. We need our guns when we go to the park, you know, when we go to Walmart, maybe church, huh? We need to have them. It's our right. But all of a sudden, you know, Trump daddy is now they're just changing the rhythms. What? I've been hearing about this gun shit my whole life as a 45-year-old woman. And so I'm thinking, now's the time. Now these people they're gonna come up. And to hear how many excuses have been made, and our own government, Kash Patel and his one eye over here and one eye over there, telling us that Alex Preddy, shouldn't have had his gun, and you cannot bring a gun to a protest. It's like, what? I remember that remember that little Kyle Rittenhouse? It kind of looks like his mom or dad might have been, a pig, no offense to pigs. And he was like, oh, crying. And he showed up with like a big, huge semi-automatic, whatever it's called, like rifle. And he was like, yeah. And you guys were like, he's a hero. Remember all the J6ers? They were there at our Capitol with their guns. You guys are like, that's good. But literally, Alex Preddy has a gun that he has a conceal and carry permit for. They didn't even know he had the gun on him until they found it and then took it from him and then executed him. But he's lawful. He's doing the things that the NRA and the Second Amendment people have been fighting for all this time, for the guns. And they're like, not him, though. You're like, what? He's not Kyle. Okay? He's too brave. We need a little bitch boy Kyle who's going to go, remember when he pretended to have I have that clip too. I wish I would have put it in this, but I forgot. Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand, and he was like, and you're like, spit it out, shooter, first person shoot, let it out. And he had like snot coming out, and then he looked over at the jury like, is it working? Oh, annoying.
Google it. It's to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. That's true. The police are supposed to be on our side, fighting, pointing their guns at the fucking government. It's the facts. It's not for hunting. It's not for self-defense. It's to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. It don't get no worse than this. It don't.
Nope.
What the fuck?
I know that's right.
What the fuck? I have a little baby.
And this guy loves Minnesota because he is cheering for the Raiders. He could live in a warmer climate, but here he is in cold ass Minnesota. And he could have been born and raised in Minnesota and is just like, listen, the Vikings haven't been to a Super Bowl since the 70s, since my parents were in high school. Okay, so I'm going to choose a different team. But that's how much he loves that state. It's like his team is in a whole warmer climate.
A fucking baby, man. And it's like I had to adopt her to protect her from this shit. You put a baby to my gun's head, you put a gun to my baby's head, I'm gonna hurt somebody. That's what they're doing to us. I'm not Hispanic, I'm black. I just be sitting home, smoking my weed, enjoying my money.
This guy said, I just be sitting home, smoking my weed, enjoying my money. And if you don't know, that is on the Minnesota flag. That's on our state flag. Stay home, smoke your weed, enjoy your money. Yeah. It should be. If it's not, I know they recently changed the flag, so maybe they should add that.
But I'll die about this shit. I don't have no quality.
When you got the potheads in the street in the cold, you fucked up. Okay? You fucked up. Because he's like, I could be inside with the heat on, just roll it up, light it up, smoke it up. I could be just, because I got hot, but I'm out here in my sneakers and ripped jeans.
Your life left. If you think you do, you're fucking nuts. We don't have no quality of life left. My wife is a documented. She has her work permit. It's legit. She won't.
Poor guy. He's like, it's legit. Because the thing is, they're not going for people that they deem undocumented. They're going after documented people. They're going after Americans. They're arresting the Native Americans. I don't know who's going to tell them. But really, who is going to tell them that, they were here first? This is a little awkward. Sorry. I know we kind of took from you, but now you got to go. It's like, what? This is how dumb these dudes are. How dumb this whole agency is.
Go to work because they'll take her still. They're taking people that have documents. They're taking kids. They're doing all, you guys, this is where the world ends. There's nothing left. There's nothing left. They go snatch the president of Venezuela, but our fucking president is a sex offender. Why are we not in the White House dragging him out? By his fucking collar.
That's actually a great point. When you got Trump all over the Epstein files, when you have this entire Republican Party hiding the Epstein files, and you know they're never gonna release all that shit. Oh no. No way, Jose. We got Jeffrey Epstein saying that Trump is a monster. We have the biggest PDF file trafficker in the history of time with his own island saying, I'm bad, but Trump, he's worse. That's where we should look. When they're like, I see people come into, the comments section. They're like, we're just trying to get out the people breaking the law, the sex offenders. I was like, well, have you checked the White House? Because I'm pretty sure that orange guy, he's got some heat on him. Okay. I just don't understand. Like, hello. He was best friends with the Epsteiner.
That's what we got.
It's in the writing.
Go, you guys, to the White House. This is only going to go so far. This is bullshit.
Yes,
this is bullshit, you guys.
There are almost 100,000 Hmong people in Minneapolis. There are ICE agents literally on camera saying, where are the Asians? And I know there are a lot of Americans or Asian Americans even that don't know who the Hmong people are. But spoiler alert, they're literally here because of U.S. imperialism. Just like the Philippines and Korea, the U.S. basically drafted hundreds and thousands of Hmong people to fight as a U.S. proxy in the Vietnam War and against Laos. Now, the Hmong people were very divided because of this. But basically, after the Vietnam War in the late 70s, a lot of Hmong people were persecuted and targeted because of this U.S. connection. And the U.S. had bombed Laos, where many Hmong people were settled, basically back to the Stone Age. It was the most bombed country in history, all the way up until Palestine, by the United States, of course. And so this people with already no home to really speak of, and with threats of violence on them because a sect of them had helped the United States, a lot of them became refugees and had to come to the United States and settled in places like Minneapolis. I believe it started as like 30 to 40,000, and they are now at like 100,000, almost 100,000 in Minneapolis. So a lot of these Hmong people that are literally being snatched up by ICE literally did more for the United States, fought for the United States, more than most people in the United States.
I'll be honest. They did more than I've ever done. Okay. Let's just all be honest with what we've done and how most of us are just here because we were lucky enough to be born here. And now I don't even know if that's lucky anymore, where we're at. But there was nothing that we had to do to earn our citizenship other than our parents having intercourse and then, deciding to pop you out through the baby door in Minnesota and in the United States. Even if you weren't in Minnesota, you're still an American. Okay. I can't be such a Minnesota elitist, you guys. Okay. But I mean, really, it was just the luck of the penis and the vagina. Really. It was just luck of the baby door that we ended up in the US, because my parents, I now know that my mom was going to name me Sandy because they conceived me in the Bahamas on a trip to the Bahamas, which I think, is kind of exotic and cool, but also kind of gross to think of my parents. Okay, let's keep going. All right. 1993 paper. Thank you so much for coming in with the $1.99. And no two, thank you so much. 37. Thank you for the 20. Ani D. Yes, Ani D all day, every day. All day, every day. Righteous Babe Records. Yes. Yoga Dork Namaste. Thank you. My 12-year-old newborn is also an not newborn. What's NB? Is also an ADHD Aquarius. I was thinking newborn. But how do you know the newborn has ADHD? I'm probably not getting what that means. But let me know what the NB stands for. Like, oh, the newborn. The newborn. Okay.
And now their lives, their safety, their security, it's all being threatened.
Non-binary. Oh my God. I'm like, newborn. Oh my gosh. Jolene, wrap it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Oh God. I was like, what's NB? New Balance? Newborn. Non-binary. That makes more sense than newborn, because you probably wouldn't know that a newborn has ADHD. Oh boy. At least not yet.
So if you're Asian American and you're like, oh, well, they're only going after this type of Asian. They're only going after Somalis. They're only going after XYZ. Like, oh, we came here the right way. Hmong people came here the right way, quote unquote, whatever you think that's supposed to mean. They fought and died for the United States in the United States' war games. When an Olympian posts that she's terrified that people from her community are just being stolen away, and the community still isn't up in arms, white supremacy really did its trick. Like, you really think that you're not going to be affected by this. It's only the beginning.
Recently, as the last 2 weeks, we as law enforcement community have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric,
well, they're like, yeah, we need your paperwork. Who the hell is carrying around paperwork? A proof of citizenship, other than like your ID or something? Are they just taking your driver's license? I mean, I lived in Arizona when they were doing SB 1070, and they were basically just, it was another like racially, more racial profiling under the current governor, Jan Brewer at the time. And so it wouldn't apply, to me. They didn't pull over any white people at that time, but they were just looking for brown people. And they wanted to, then they'd go, do you have your papers? And it's like, Hype Man Husband Chell then had conversations with his family of like, make sure you're carrying. It's like, what is he supposed to carry? His birth certificate? I thought, my mom told me that don't ever carry your birth certificate with like your passport together. Oh my God, that is walking identity theft. I'm just like, oh,
it's inappropriate.
Great. But now they want us to walk around with like birth certificates or something. And will they even believe it? It's ridiculous. Hello to my friend and fellow Minnesotan, Jacob's Canvas. So good to see you. Oh, you lived, Kat says I lived in AZ at that time. That was a wild time to live in Arizona. But sadly, that time feels like it felt so archaic then, but it feels more progressive than what we're dealing with now, which is pretty sad. I was like, this won't happen anywhere else. This must just be like a Arizona thing. Oh no. Rain Collector, thank you so much for joining the membership. Appreciate you. I love your name. With the purple rain collector, we'll call you. No, we'll call you by your name. So now we have, this guy, you can tell, like this guy he's like, he's a little uncomfortable, but these are the facts. So now we have these ICE people going after the police. They're pulling over the police when they're off duty. They're like, show me your papers. So any police officer of color. They're like, where are you? It's like, arguably, those police officers have way more reason and are belong in Minnesota more than these random ass J6er peasants who are walking in going, I'm wearing a vest that says police on it, and they are going in, some of them to a state they've never been in, to a state they don't respect because they've been told that everyone there is like evil, is that woke leftist. What do they say now? Everyone's a woke leftist liberal something. I can't keep up. I was like, all those things sound great. As much as I like sleeping, I do like to be awake, especially to shit like this. But they're like the woke leftist liberal leotard liaison. You're like, what am I now? Socialist, communist. Oh, yes, because those two things are the same. I wonder if we're ever going to get back to a time where people understand that communism and socialism are two different things. Do you guys think we're ever going to get back to that time? Because, oh my God.
Turn his TV off. Turn his TV
off. Here, communist, socialist. Like, other countries must just be like, oh, throw America away. Throw that. They are no good. We don't even know the difference. We're not even distinguishing between communism and socialism or even democratic. So like same thing. Radical. That's what I forgot. We're radical, tubular, woke, leftist, liberal, libtards, I think they call us. Something like that. Scum. Yep. Because I'm scum. That's another band that has a really good song about being scum is the Idols. Okay. Shout out to the Idols. They got a great scum song. Yeah, libtards. Yep. Oh my God.
Being treated, she pulled out her phone in an attempt to record the incident. The phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction.
Also, these guys need to quit knocking phones out of hands. Phones are very expensive. And what if you don't have a good case? I mean, I got a pretty good case. I used to only have those like otter boxes, but they're so ugly. No offense, all offense to OtterBox, but they're so bulky. But I mean, these phones are fragile. You better be ready to buy me a new one. Get your chubby, grubby fingers off of our iPhones. That's our property.
And after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this is
what they do. They're like, oh shit. Instead of actually being prepared, because what are these idiots trained? Like 47 days because he's the 47th president or whatever is going on with Trump. And they're, when I hear people, they're well trained. I'm sorry, what? You talk about the ICE guys we see on TV? I don't think so. There's like real army people that are like, no, they're not. They're not trained. No. That's like the difference between varsity and like being expelled from school so you can't even try out for any team. They're not even JV. They're not freshmen. There's no A squad, B squad. They're the no squad. They're the at-home squad. They're the, you got kicked out of school squad. All right? You're going to have to, not even GED. No. The last ones. All right. So, oh my goodness, you guys. Oh, OMG, not that nonsense. I love my OtterBox. Are they making them? They're very durable. I hate to shit on your OtterBox because I'm sure it's very cute. It was just too bulky for me. I just needed something a little more sleek. They're not even the water boys. We can't trust them with the water. The feral progressives said they're the water boys. They'll spit in it. They'll drool in it. One of their teeth will fall out on it because they got some rotten molars. Allegedly, obviously, allegedly. What do I know? Okay. I'm just having some fun here. But yeah. And they don't floss. Okay. I'm just going to put it out there. I heard ICE agents don't floss.
Allegedly.
Because why would they? They said that's gay. They don't like to go in even the holes, slits of their teeth. Feels too good. And then they think, other things are next. Allegedly.
It's an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were. If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day.
Give them space. Back up. Give them space.
Okay, so this is shout out to Status Quo, shout out to Midas Touch. They're out there, boots on the ground, independent journalists, you know, out there documenting what's going on. This is after the after Alex Preddy was executed by ICE agents. People again, you know, hit the streets. The Minnesotans are out there in the area where he was murdered. And so I just grabbed some of this as I was watching it live. They do a great job, great coverage. If you want to go support them, again, Status Quo, Midas Touch, all YouTube channels, organizations that cover this, you probably already know. But in case you don't, check it out.
You guys remember, y'all been lying, talking about y'all gonna do crowd control, but we were just getting terrorized for 2 fucking hours. And you motherfuckers drove right past us. Y'all haven't helped us do shit. But now y'all terrorizing us yet again. We see George Floyd over again. We see Renee Good over again. How many more people gotta die? Fuck.
You can't look us in the way.
You fuck. You can't. Y'all got tanks out here and shit. Y'all got fucking tanks out here and shit.
Agents are bringing up, excuse me.
Minnesota State Patrol. You need to move south on Nicollet. Do it now. Move back south on Nicollet.
Hey, here, state authorities. State authorities threatening that. Or telling people that they need to move south on Nicollet. Or Nicollet, excuse me, the street that we are standing on right now.
See the guy with the hockey stick? That's with the beard? There's lots of those dudes, okay? And that beard will turn into a whole icicle, and he will still stay out there with his hockey stick, just holding it up, you guys. And like they were saying, so they have the Minnesota State Patrol. So now they have the actual like state police involved on this day. And as you can see, people were not happy with what state police was doing, because instead of protecting the people that they actually work for, they seem to be unfortunately enforcing, even though we just heard from like a Brooklyn Park officer that they are harassing and unconstitutionally stopping and racial profiling police officers. They're like, well, we got to go out there and picking up doing what the ICE agents are doing. And so people are out there protesting that shit. Like, whoa, you know, you forget who pays your salary. All right. And you're just going to let these people come in, and then you're going to continue what they're doing and not protecting the people of your state. So understandably, you know, people are very upset with that, because we were hoping that our state police would maybe be able to be like a buffer and actually protect the people from the harassment and the assaults that the ICE agents are inflicting on the peaceful protesters. Because again, I think of Minnesota, because people say it was not a peaceful protest. You can scream, you can yell, and you can insult, and it can still be a peaceful protest. I think people, I don't know what people think peaceful protests are, but you have people going, they're not, they're calling people names. Yeah, bitch, they are. And that's still a peaceful protest. And you have the right to assembly. And you have the right to say that. I thought sticks and stones break. I mean, you guys are the big word people. Like, it don't matter. Fuck your pronouns. But now you're like, there's some mean stuff to the ICE officer. So that's why they got shot. It's like, what? No, you can do that. You have every right to do that and be out in the streets. I don't know what they expect people to just be like whispering, like, hell no, we won't go. Excuse us, sorry. Hell no. No one protests like that. No one ever has in the history of time. But to hear people go, it's not peaceful because they're yelling at them. Yep. Chicken head. Thank you so much for the 49. Says, please, no disrespect. They can't even be Dairy Queen secure. No, they couldn't make a blizzard. They couldn't protect a blizzard. Okay. Or Mr. Misty Flush, which is Mr. Misty Flood? No. Mr. Misty Slush. Why do they call it Flush? Mr. Misty Slush, which is my favorite thing from Dairy Queen to get. Space Fairy FM, thank you for becoming a member of the channel.
But they need to walk back down this way at the camera's pointing. Walk down the street away from the intersection with 26, back towards 27th Street.
Push on the protesters with the Bobcat.
I see this almost right on community.
Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets!
Yeah, look at that ice beard. Get it, sir. He's got a whole ass icicle going down his beard as they yell, whose streets? Our streets. And at this time, it is well below zero. I think this weekend it was like, I was talking to my mom and she asked that, I don't want to say the name and activate you guys, but Alexis, she asked her what the weather was. And she's like, today in Minnesota, the high it is currently 9 below. I think she said -9. The high is not -9, 9 below. The low is like 24 below. So these people are out there in this, like, badass.
Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Fuck wow!
That's cool.
You can tell them to fuck off and you can say, oh, whose streets? Our streets. Fuck you, fuck ice, get out. Like that's things that you can say.
Shame! Shame!
You can also pull a good Game of Thrones shame. Shame! Shame! I love a good Game of Thrones shame. So good.
Shame! 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 Shame!
That guy's got his choppers on. If you guys don't know, those are like mittens, like pair of choppers. Keep you very warm. Okay, you can't grab shit with them. But what do you got to grab other than a snowball? Okay, or a beer. Or a hunk of cheese. Shout out to Scotty.
Shame! 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 Shame!
Those chants of shame from the crowd, again, directed at the local and state police.
Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now! Ice out now!
What they feel are not doing enough to protect the people here on the ground in Minneapolis.
Ice out now! 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 This is what community! This is what community looks like! 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 This is what... Fuck ice! 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 Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Fuck ice! Fuck ice! We ain't good! 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 Fuck ice!
My name is JT. This is my cameraman, John. How do you want to be identified?
I'm Ron Easton.
Ron. Can you spell that for me really quick?
First name Ron, Ronn, last name Easton, Easton.
Okay, Ron Easton is like a local legend. He's been interviewed by a bunch of outlets. People have found him. He's gone viral in things. He's out there in his fur coat. He's a Vietnam vet. He's in his 70s. He's a badass. So every time I see, he is out at like every protest. Every time I see Ron Easton, I'm like, yep, it's going to be a good day because it's a Ron Easton type of day. This is a cool, smart dude who is a true patriot. Thank you, Daisy Do, 1982. Oh my gosh, that rhymes for the $4.99. Appreciate that. All right, Ron Easton, give it to us. So maybe some of you have seen him before, but he's amazing.
Ron, when did you come out here and what prompted you to get in the streets?
I have been in the streets for the last 11 years against all of this bullshit. I came out here after I saw that man was murdered at my home today. Put 5 shots in his body. And he had a conceal and carry permit, and they just killed him. They murdered that man. I'm against all of this. It's because body counts are now piling up in the state of Minnesota. We are a peaceful state. This is a resilient state. You just saw 50,000 people in the streets of Minnesota yesterday to fight against this. ICE comes in, murders a man, they take off and leave it to these guys to clean up their bullshit. That's unnecessary. The president wants to inflict as much pain on this state because we are a blue state, because he can't stand Governor Walz, because he can't stand the fact that he has never won this state and he will never win this state. It is my job at this point to do all I can to make sure that every Republican that is responsible for this gets voted out of office. And I will do this until my dying day. I am a veteran. I took the oath. It is my oath to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will die doing that.
You talked about how you've been in the streets for the 11 years against, you said all of this. Can you describe how this is a continuation of activism you've been doing for those last 11 years? What's the through line? Really draw it, make it clear for me.
The through line is the persecution of people of color. And he has called African country shithole country. He had looked at Somalis and condemned an entire race of people, calling them shithole or whatever the case may be. These are human beings. I will not allow that to happen as long as I am alive. We are human beings who deserve the respect that we've earned, period.
Does this feel like the country that you signed up to serve?
No, this is not the country I fought for. Not at all. At 76 years old, I don't want to be here. But I'm compelled to be here. I will continue to be here. As long as this takes place, I will be here.
What was that version of the country or the ideals that you did feel you were signing up to serve? What paint me that picture of that idealized America. What should we be aspiring towards?
Freedom. Freedom and the liberties that people have died for in order for us to have. They're just taking it away. The voting rights, gerrymandering in states, basically saying that people of color don't matter because your vote doesn't matter. That is exactly what's going on here. I will not allow that to happen.
Thank you very much, Ron. Is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
People need to understand that this is real. Minnesota needs help, all right? People need to get in the streets or call their congressmen, their senators en masse and let them know that this is not going to be tolerated.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I got pepper sprayed once today. Y'all get to do it again? I mean, not y'all.
Oh, thank you, man.
Thank you. Back up just a little bit. Don't.
Back up. Back up. Well, I hope not again. That really sucked the first time. Back up. Don't.
Right, you guys were saying, yes, 76 is the new 40. Like, this guy looks so good. This guy looks younger than me. Okay. Someone in the chat says black don't crack. I always say black don't crack, but white shatters. Okay. It is hard out here for the whites as they age. Because it is horrible. Kate Max, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. You guys are killing it. Thank you so much for that. But I mean, this guy is amazing. My friend Jake says, my cousin from Minnesota said it wasn't a problem that U.S. citizens were getting detained and held in custody for a few hours. Said it was no different than standing in line at Disneyland. Those are fun cousins. Yeah, I got some family members like that. Like, it's no big deal. that people are just infringing on your constitutional rights and coming at you without a judiciary warrant and taking you, kidnapping you, abducting you, taking you to a place, holding you, accusing you of something you didn't do. And eventually, you know, you're white, they'll let you out. You know, or if you're not, I mean, you know, good luck, whatever. Oh, and these are the like literal, I bet you your cousin has one of those don't tread on me flags. And now I think they changed it online to like tread on me, daddy. But if it's Trump, they're like, tread on me, daddy. Give it to me. Yeah, give it to me raw.
Dip my dunk in between your donuts.
They're like, oh yeah, dip my dunk in between your donuts. I think we have the, yeah, baby, I like it raw. But that's it. That's insane for people to say. The mental gymnastics and the way they will change everything. If you would have told me we would have a Republican Party that was like, yeah, more government infringement, more government overreach. That's what I want. I thought it was less. I mean, I'm just like, I don't even know what's what anymore. I don't even know where I'm at. Because you have these MAGA people going, nah, yeah, no, let the government in your house. What? Without a warrant, huh? Let them take your gun. What? And then shoot you, huh? And they can take you to a place. I'm sorry, what? What's going on? When you're an American, who? Because that's a patriot, huh? This is like,
It's not enough.
I don't think that's not what. I don't know that I don't remember Ronald Reagan and them, you know, saying all. I don't remember all that, but I mean, maybe that was always the deal. And I just wasn't paying attention.
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
But I'm just always shocked when I see some of these people and they're like, no, yeah, it's okay. It's okay that they're just taking Americans and going up to you like the Gestapo. Like, let me in your house. What are you eating? What color underwear are you wearing? And you're like, I'm not wearing any. I don't have to tell you. Yeah, you do. Why? Who are you? Not telling. What do you mean you're not telling? Not telling. Wearing a mask. We literally have these mask buffoons. These are the same guys that during COVID were like, I can't wear a mask. Like the irony of this is insane. They're like, these are the same people that were beating up people for wearing masks during COVID to try to stop a panakuchen from spreading that we didn't know much about. We're just like, I guess we'll wear a mask when you go to like other civilized countries. You know, the Japanese are very nice to each other. They'll put on a mask if they're not feeling well. And you would think we would take that out of the panakuchen, but we were like, no. But it's really the people that were like, we're not wearing a mask. Remember, they were like making up statistics going, we can't wear masks. Our kids can't wear masks because if you swallow your own oxygen CO2, you will die. What? Sir, you have sleep apnea, okay? Every night you are fighting for your life. Ripping off that CPAP machine. Come now. And now they are happily wearing masks up to the eyelids. They refuse to identify themselves. They're just knocking on our doors, asking. It's like, bitch, don't come asking me for stuff. Who are you? Yes, the same people taking that ivermectin. All kinds of weird stuff. Listening to Joe Rogan. I tell them like what they listen to the podcasters tell them what they should take during the panic. It's a. But you know, I'm dumb. I understand that I'm a woke, radical, leftist, libtard, or whatever we're being called these days. Lewd and lascivious, you know. Tis me, Krista. Thank you for the $9.99. Appreciate that. K Gollum 79. Thank you for the $5. Glad I found your YouTube. I'm glad you found my YouTube channel too. I'm so glad. I forgot to add tags to this video, but I'm so glad you guys found it, despite the fact that I didn't do my YouTube due diligence. But yeah, all I heard from like my MAGA family members was like, we don't need no mask. They're in. And remember when they were like, they are, what, you know what they're doing with the what you call it? The shot that they give you? What's it called? You know what I'm talking about. Okay. You get the Johnson & Johnson or the other ones, you know, they're putting tracking devices so they can follow you. And we were like, well, we all just carry these so they kind of know where we are. But now they literally are tracking us down and finding us and taking us away. They're like, that's okay. Just let them in your house. I can't believe these are the same people. They're like, they're chipping us. The jab. Did you get the jab? And then they'll say like any celebrity that would like get sick or faint or something, they'd be like, it's the jab. It's the jab. They chipped us. What? And now with it, I guess they were like, we're over that. We're over that. Now we're on to spreading the measles. Okay. With our trad wives. We're gonna just spread the measles, the jab, that's what they called it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, didn't Heather McDonald like pass on stage and they're like, it's the jab. She should have never. Yeah, they're making measles great again. Oh boy. All right, let's keep going. Shout out to Ron. Ron and his coat. Now, Ron is going to tell people what they need to hear because Ron knows what's really going on and they're trying to incite people to act a certain kind of way, act up so that Trump can get his insurrection act going and so that he can just take over the whole state of Minnesota.
Back up. I'm looking at you. Back the fuck up.
Now, that should be easier to believe than people microchipping us through jabs or not being able to breathe your own air through a mask. You think, I don't know. Who I know.
I'm looking right at you. Back up. Don't give them any excuse. This is what democracy looks like. 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 Our streets. 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 I guess. We're gonna move my
This one's probably one of my favorites. Same shit, different hat. We got the Confederacy, we got the KKK mask, we got the Gestapo, and then we got the MAGA. And it's like, I mean, do you remember in school, we learned World War II up the ass. Like, it was just everything. And as a kid, I'm just like, oh my God, how could this happen? And reading the Diary of Anne Frank, and your heart just broke, and you're like, I'm so glad that that's in the past. I'm so sad they had to go through that. But God, I can't imagine. I'm a kid reading that. We're learning about World War II, and they painted the U.S. out to be some type of like hero to go over there, and how they're not seeing the parallels to what happened during the Holocaust to now, and how it started out with deportations. It started off with language like illegal, subhuman. They're sending their rape, not their best. They're rapists, all these things, all the ways that they dehumanize people so that you stop giving a shit what happens to these kind of people. Because then you can make sense of it in your head and go, well, they're not human. They're subhuman. They're bad people. So they deserve this. And you will see people. There was a lady on Threads and she replied, I think her name was Susan. Shout out to Susan. But Susan says, don't call them the Gestapo. Don't say that, it's not. And then people are like, Susan, we might need to pick up a history book again because they're showing up at your door. They're looking to deport you. They're asking you to prove citizenship. They're coming in without judicial warrants. Susan's like, it's not the same. But I just remember World War II is something we learned so much in school. Did people just Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind that shit from their head? Because I'm no like history buff. I'm not like super smart or anything. All right. I'm just like a silly lady who likes to make jokes and watch basketball and hockey. And sometimes the Housewives and Traders. Okay. Get over it, Jolene. But I remember that shit. I remember reading the Diary of Anne Frank. I remember thinking, oh my God, neighbors had to hide each other because they were stealing your neighbors. Your neighbors were disappearing. They were killing them. They were putting them in concentration camps. And now people are off in these detention facilities where horrible atrocities are happening to the people who are detained. And people are like, not the same. No, and you're like, what? And then you finally start to realize, oh, this is how it happens. If you were ever wondering, like, this couldn't happen. No, this is how it happens. When people start believing the propaganda and people start dehumanizing their neighbors, then they go along with it. And then pretty soon they're there too. And they're like, well, I didn't know it was going to hit me too. And you're like, yeah, bitch, that's what we've been saying. This is an overreach. what is going on? So long story short, good sign.
Ice out! Now! Ice out! Now!
A fascist government that has
this poor guy. He's like, I'm not even taking off my mask.
Taken all care of the citizens out of their mind. There is no reason to be doing this other than to terrorize and frighten us. ICE is doing no protection. I have only seen them terrorize my fellow community members. I have seen them provide zero value to our community. And if they're going to keep coming out and killing us, I just don't know what else there is to do.
They got white men in gas masks in their Columbia jackets, okay? This is a crisis. The white dudes are out in their Columbia jackets and their gas masks. You know it's a crisis, you know? Strict Knit, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate that. Yes, Juggling Pumpkin says, absolutely, look to history. This is exactly how this shit starts. I thought we're supposed to learn our history so we don't repeat it. But, oh boy. I mean, again, I don't get it. I just don't, I was like, this, but this, like, maybe it's my neurodivergent ass, but you're picking up on patterns going, this is like the same. This seems familiar. I think we learned about this. And then all of these people, they just forgot the eternal sunshine of the spotless mind it out of their head. And now we're here.
Other than to be in the streets, do you feel cowed or intimidated at all by the federal government, by its use of force now, shooting and killing 2 people in Minneapolis?
Absolutely. It frightens the shit out of me, if I could say that.
But yet,
He's so Minnesota. It absolutely, it frightens the shit out of me, if I can say that. Yes, Evan, you can say that, okay? Because you're standing in the street in below zero weather, okay, wearing a gas mask. We are gone is the time that you got to be worried about language or swearing. You can say, fuck this shit. Okay, I love how he's just like, if I can say the SH word. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
you're standing here.
I don't know what else there is to do. We're at the end of the line, and it needs to be stopped.
When you say it needs to be stopped, really spell out what needs to happen to make you feel safe, to make your friends, neighbors feel safe in their communities right now.
We need federal agents out of Minnesota. Their presence here is doing nothing to help us and everything to hurt us. And until they are gone from our state, I will be out here every day I can be. And I will be fighting for our freedoms on the streets.
What does fighting for freedom look like in a modern America in today?
I think it's going to depend on each person and what they feel comfortable with, right? When the government is out here killing people with no recourse, right? I understand people's fear. And the greatest thing you can do is help your communities in need. Find the people who need the most help and be there for them. And we're getting shot at again.
We're getting shot off here in the crowd. John and I are making a beeline out of it. Wasn't clear to me what led up to that. Nothing. Yeah.
And the rate at which they're tear gassing. Do you see the people are literally protesting? They're standing there. They're holding hockey sticks. You know, they're going, can I say shit? And they're like, I think it's time we throw tear gas at them. Let's bomb them with tear gas. Like, what?
Allegedly.
It's like, for what? Because we want them to disperse. We don't want them to be out there. And so there they go, running away with their gopher hats as they're bombing them like that. Hope Alicious, thank you. Says, thanks for talking about this, Jolene. We got to ignore our differences and unite together. We're stronger. You would think at this point it would transcend politics. It would transcend political party lines, because they're directly making unconstitutional moves and going after people and killing people in the streets, literally shooting Americans in the back. We have these World of Warcraft dorks, and no offense to World of Warcraft, or like my husband plays Red Dead Redemption, and I told my husband, these guys are acting like they're just playing Red Dead Redemption. You see them with their guns and they have no respect for these weapons or life itself, you know? And I've heard tons of like ex-military people talking about this and just how irresponsible and undertrained, poorly trained these lame ass ICE agents are that are just showing up, shooting first, asking questions later. No due process, no anything. And literally gunning down Americans in the street. For what? Because they want to? Because they've been waiting their whole life? Because after Trump, pardoned them for being J6ers, they were like, yeah. It feels like a lot of these guys came from the insurrection. And it feels like that might have been always the plan. That Trump was going to see how much he could push these people, his supporters, how much they would do for him. And when he saw they were willing to do a whole ass insurrection, he was like, oh shit, I think I got something here. So then he's going to help them, pardon them, and then they'd owe him something. And then they would have, he would have their undying Cheeto fingered loyalty to go out in the streets and murder Americans. Like, that's what it looks like. Because where are the Proud Boys? And I know a lot of people are asking this, but literally, where are the Proud Boys? Where are the J6ers? They're the Ices. They're the Ice babies now. And it's crazy.
It seemed like the law enforcement and the protesters are just content standing there. And then all of a sudden, law enforcement starts throwing tear gas.
Yeah. Over here.
Not in front of the Glam Donuts. Like, this is a nice little area in Minneapolis. I know some of these journalists are calling it Nicolay, but Nicolette Avenue, so many businesses, small business, immigrant business in this community. And they are making it look like a damn war zone. They got the Packers to show up. They're fucked up if you got Green Bay Packer fans to show up for Minnesota. That's a Packer fan left their house still in their robe. Was like, let me grab the gas mask and my best robe and my Packer sweatshirt. We got to help these crazy Vikings fans.
Trying to safely make our way out of that cloud of tear gas. You see, when agents use tear gas, when authorities use tear gas, they tear gas everyone, including the elderly. I mean, it affects entire communities.
Heads up, they're going another one.
We're looking at agents throw even more out now.
Look at these assholes. It's like they enjoy this shit. The Feral Progressive says, we all warned you this is what he would do. You didn't. No, it's the same thing. Right when Trump was elected, I was doing some political streams, and when we had the whole, what was it? What is it that Signal? When we had Signal Gate, I did videos on that, and people were like, you're crazy, Jolene. Trump is a good man. He would never do that to America. And then within a year, look where we are. This is Minneapolis, Minnesota. Within a year, with a federal government takeover of ICE agents who are untrained and just total dumbasses and trigger happy, thinking they're playing a first-person shooter game. These circle jerk rejects are just rolling up like they own the place on a complete power trip because they've been losers their whole life. The same, white supremacy and patriarchy they were born into, they failed at, even though everything was built for them to win and do well. They've still become failures and losers. Half of them are drunks and going through divorces, getting pulled over for DUIs, going, I'm an ICE agent. And you're like, bitch, you're drunk. We got these alcoholic, overweight, undertrained pieces of shit who are racist, hate women. I mean, the proof is in the pudding that they just ate, allegedly. All right?
It's inappropriate.
And they're just coming in and Wreck-It Ralph in states that were doing fantastic. All in the name of President Kankles. It's crazy.
I keep saying agents, these are not the federal government. This is local authorities who are doing this.
Let's get out of here.
John and I are backing up down the street here. Just trying to make sure that we're staying safe.
This guy's my favorite. Okay, this guy is my favorite. I was watching him on the live stream with Status Quo, and I was like, oh, he's holding his American flag. He's like, F you. He is walking toward them as they're kicking the, tear gas cans and throwing them at the people and the elderly for protesting, for assembling.
It looks like authorities are tear gas behind Jim.
That's Jim. That's a Jim right there. That is a Minnesota Jim, and Jim is pissed. He might make you call him James. He is kicking shit.
We're trying to keep ourselves.
Come on, pussy. Jim has been in a bar fight. He's got a favorite bar stool. If you took it, he might have to throw down. Jim is big mad. Okay.
Off to the side. We're behind a car taking shelter.
Get it, Jim. How many dudes they needed to get Jim to walk the other way? Jim don't even have a mask. Yeah, Jim ain't playing. James is not playing. James Anderson is not playing. Anderson with an E-N, okay? You are not coming into his neighborhood. Jim's like, not today.
More tear gas is being thrown behind where we're standing right now, so we're going to try and move and get beyond it before it builds up. And
what a badass. I didn't even see him cough. He was like, I already got an iron lung, bitch.
Yeah. Trapped us in the middle of it.
That little guy had a pretty good arm.
Okay.
Oh, and there's a Saturn. Who has seen a Saturn? I didn't even know Saturns were still around, you guys. Do they still make Saturns? That is a Saturn right in front of us. I can't believe they're gassing the Saturn. That is a relic. That is a 90s relic.
Yeah, I'm good. Are you good?
I literally haven't seen a Saturn. I'm so thrown off by that. I didn't notice that for my first go. My first watch of this.
Yep.
Yep. All right.
All right. Come on.
And still the Minnesotas resist. Still the Minnesotans are out there go, fuck you. You think our lungs can't handle this shit? All right, because we can. Hey, Big Brother Bryce, so good to see you, even outside of the Big Brother season. What a treat. Says, hi, Jolene, thanks for covering this. This is 2 hours from me, went to protest the day after Renee Good trying to do more. Where do you live? Do you live in Minnesota? How did I not know this, Big Brother Bry? Or do you live in Scotty? Dox yourself, Big Brother Bry. You live in Rochester or something? Duluth? What's 2 hours outside of the Twin Cities? Tell me more. Tell me more.
You're hearing the screams of people in the distant, sirens. And you can see there at the end of the street, law enforcement leaving the intersection.
Run, cowards!
Minnesotans are just such badasses. You hear the guy, run, cowards. Because they had to put all their gear on before even, oh my God, the Minnesota state troopers, the state police could head over there to put all their gear on. They need their riot gear. These people some of them are rocking robes. We saw it, and Packer sweatshirts. Okay, there's a guy with a hockey stick and an ice beard. They got to put all their gear on so they don't get hurt.
You fucking pussy!
Oh, you're from La Crosse? I love La Crosse. Shout out to La Crosse. Hell yeah, I was just talking about going to UW River Falls for college. Shout out to La Crosse. A little farther away. That would have been too far for me at the time. And then I ended up moving across the country. But at the time I was like, I can't move that far away. I have to live within a 30-minute radius of my family. And now I live across the country. Make it make sense.
Coward!
And you see that?
You're like, fuck yeah, why won't you protect us? Os Fly Girl, so good to see you. Thank you for the 10. Appreciate that. It's very Orwellian. It is very much.
John, turn the camera that way just for a second. Just trying to show people that ambient haze. And law enforcement's still throwing more.
It's like, go. Do you not get a break? Did the union not give you guys a break? Go away, police.
Run! Fucking cowards, run! Fucking run!
Well, you see all that ambient haze in the air. Tear gas are going to touch.
Remember when we were Jacob's canvases? Yeah, I'm scared for Project 2026. Remember when we were like, what about Project 2025? And people were like, it's not real. He was just kidding. He just said that. And then they were like, oh, well, whatever. They're like, you guys are stupid. You're so dumb to worry about this shit that they said they were going to do, and then they actually do it. They're not going to until they do. And then when they do, we'll make an excuse why they had to do it, why it's not a big deal, and why you should just comply. Like a little bitch.
Their neighborhood. And it's that mirroring of tactics between federal agents and local law enforcement, deploying all that tear gas as they leave. It makes people here on the ground feel as though there is no.
Oh, there's another hockey stick guy. That's not the same
distinction.
guy, I don't think. You guys see hockey stick guy right here? I think we need more Minnesotans out there with their hockey sticks.
Between the federal government and local authorities when that happens.
People suffering.
Now they're like having to flush their eyes. They got water bottles. They're just like sitting in the ice, sitting in the snow. Meanwhile, ICE agents and the state police need to put on all their snow pants. They're like, I can't sit down. I need my snow pants. I can't let my butt get wet and cold.
Or what?
My asshole's chapped.
Watching people move down the alleyways here.
Keep an eye over here.
Trying to keep our heads on a swivel right now. Law enforcement leaving to the east along 20.
Now that seems like a waste of tear gas. That seems, because it didn't really work. Then they just head back up there. That seems like something. You can't reduce, reuse, recycle that. Like those canisters, I don't know if they're recyclable. You guys are gonna have to tell me. I'm not a scientist, but they're just headed back up there. So did they just want to clear so that they could go on break? Like, let's just clear the area with our tear gas. And then we can head over to the Olive Garden, because when you're here, you're a fascist family.
Top City 2x4 to end the game. That was nice.
Protesters are throwing back the spent tear gas canisters and water bottles at police as they leave the scene.
Fucking badass. I don't care. You can't say shit to Minnesota forever. This is probably the last state people were like, that Minnesota's going to show up and show out and go against this fascist regime. And but if you are from Minnesota, you knew that this is what we do and this is what we're capable of. Oregon Kelly, thank you so much for the generous super chat. Says, thank you so much for doing this tonight. I hope it opened at least one person's mind that this is not how our country should be. It would be awesome if it would, transcend political party. And if we'd realize that, like, dude, we're doing this for the fucking orange guy. Like, and he's probably demented, just like they said Joe Biden was. Remember how they're like, hey, he's got dementia. And then just today, Trump was talking about how my dad's got that thing. What's it where you can't remember? And then that Levitt lady had to say Alzheimer's. He's like, yeah, that's it. I never thought we'd be simping for such a dork. Like a complete failure and a fraud and a sex offender. That's the thing. At least someone a little better. But as we've seen through history and through Adolf Hitler, it's always the losers. It's always the guys who are failures, who are scammers, that end up heading this way and somehow are able through propaganda to get people to follow them into things you never thought human beings would do to each other. But here we are. I got a picture because Trump is still putting makeup on his hand. And, a lot of people are talking now like, I think he could be, he could have a touch of the dementias. They were all for like, yeah, Biden. And we're like, yeah, I mean, he's got something going on too. As I like how people throw that back and they're like, well, Biden. And I'm like, I wasn't fangirling Biden. Do you think I was like, yay, I get to vote for Joe Biden? I mean, now I would gladly vote for Joe Biden again over this shit. But there wasn't many like progressive Democrats who were like, or progressives in general, who were like, yay, we get to vote for Joe Biden. I'd never owned a Joe Biden hat, t-shirt, flag, dollar bills with his face on it, watches, coins, plates, whatever people are buying, cell phones. I didn't buy a Joe Biden cell phone. But here we got, like, this is the dude. And that's not a color match. That's how you know Trump's inner circle hates him. They're not even color matching. I mean, you could go to a Sephora and get a nice lady to color match to your skin tone. I don't know what is going on there. I think they use chalk on there. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Yeah, that we would be falling for this grifter con artist. And he's got the stuff going on his ankles too. And the swelling in the fingers. Ugh. Oh my goodness. He is not. And he's just like, I'm healthy. And you're like, no, you're not healthy. This is not health. Can we just agree? Like, that's not healthy. No. He's like, I'm the picture of health. No, you're not. It's like his skin's falling off. Yeah, Tracy's like the Crypt Keeper. Oh my gosh. Exactly, girl. I can be angry about two things. I can be angry at the Dems, but still loathe Trump. Yeah. I think anytime you start to like fangirl these politicians, like there's some kind of sports team, you might be in a cult. You might be. But I don't remember a lot of Democrats being like, yes, Biden is just the end all be all. I mean, you couldn't catch me making excuses for a politician like this. I mean, who's really the paid agitators? Because you would think some of these people have to be getting paid to roll this hard for Kankles, but Kanks has got him, you guys. He's really got a hold on. Okay. All right, Joleen, get back to the video. Get back to the video. Okay.
I know you see people building those barricades again. This time right at the intersection of Nicollet and 26th.
He's like, Nicollet. Oh, so cute. No, it's just Nicolette. That's sweet though. He's like, it has to be. It's French. But again, what a waste. A waste of tax dollars right there. I mean, how much were those tear gas containers and all of those police officers to be there to do something that lasted like 5 minutes? And then the people are right back at, they're like, get out of here. They did nothing.
Which is where we had heard the scene of the shooting was.
Yeah, Chief Queen, exactly. Imagine hating us and we just want universal health care. And we just want people to not die because they can't afford health care. You know, we just want people to be able to live a long life and everyone to be able to see the doctor. Imagine hating us for that. Imagine hating us because we just want billionaires to pay their fair share. We don't want oligarchs to run the country. Imagine hating us for that. That's crazy.
Right now by the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia. Congressman, thanks for joining me.
Sure thing.
So we've seen a number of abuses play out as it relates to ICE. With Kristi Noem in charge of the Department of Homeland Security, what punishment, what consequences should she shoulder because she's in charge of this agency?
Well, she should be impeached. I mean, look, if Kristi Noem doesn't resign or removed from office, that impeachment procedure should start immediately. I'm one of the co-authors of the impeachment resolution that's now in front of the Congress. There's no question that she has gone above and beyond the crimes, what she's done to rip up our Constitution, due process for U.S. citizens, the way she's treating people.
Oh, and we got an overly injected lady from South Dakota with bad extensions who is just destroying our democracy, who is so unqualified, so shitty. I like when South Park like has her face melting off. Isn't she a dog killer? We'll say allegedly. We'll say allegedly for fun. Kristi, no morals. We'll just do the, where's my allegedly? Okay. We'll be nice to you. You don't deserve it, but we will.
Allegedly.
I feel like there's so much federal funding they're approving just for injectables into her face. For real though. I was watching her talk on like the Senate floor in Congress years ago, and she looked totally different. Like completely different. She got the full like Lauren Matthias.
The way that she and her agents,
her dermatologist is like hates her and is like more.
now, of course, are killing Americans and people on the streets of our country is not only shameful. It is. Every American should be so disturbed by the images they're seeing now, and to have her and others come out and say that everything that the agents are doing is correct, or somehow that we shouldn't believe what we're seeing. Obviously, we're all of us are outraged by it. And so she must be impeached, and those efforts are underway. And I know that Oversight, Judiciary, Homeland Security, those three committees are going to be very involved in that process.
Do you need a job now? Yeah. Are you a big tough guy? Yeah. Tough enough for the Army or police? No. But do you take supplements that you bought at a gas station? Daily. Do you like to use zip ties because people in your life don't trust you with keys? You know it. Then buckle up and slap on some Oakley's, big boy. Welcome to ICE.
I had no idea that Tina Fey was doing Kristi Noem, and then she's got Amy Poehler right next to her. I found that clip. I was like, I got to pay more attention to SNL, I guess. I was like, shit. Greetings from Denmark. Hello, Denmark. Says, I hope you get rid of that orange maniac soon. We're trying, girl. But he has got some big fans. It is annoying. He has managed to anger and terrify the people of Greenland. He doesn't even know. He don't know the difference between Greenland, Iceland. He's just up there talking like, I'm taking Iceland, Greenland, your land, my land. Doesn't matter. He has no idea what he's talking about. Just sitting up there, fully demented, fully Alzheimer'd. You know, like Tina's so good. We got to watch that one more time, you guys. That one was good. I just remember when she was Sarah, what was her name? Sarah. I keep wanting to say Sarah Paulson, but she's a wonderful actress. God, remember the days when we just feared that Alaska lady, Sarah, whatever her name is? I miss her.
And so she must be impeached, and those efforts are underway. And I know that Oversight, Judiciary, Homeland Security.
Sarah Palin. I knew it was a P. Thank you, JoJo. We thought, oh my God. She's going to be horrible. Oh, what I wouldn't give for just, well, I mean, no, we're not doing revisionist history. She's still yuck years.
Those three committees are going to be very involved in that process.
Do you need a job now? Yeah. Are you a big tough guy? Yeah. Tough enough for the Army or police? No. But do you take supplements that you bought at a gas station? Daily. Do you like to use zip ties because people in your life don't trust you with keys? You know it. Then buckle up and slap on some Oakley's, big boy. Welcome to ICE.
Big boy, welcome to ICE. Because you can't be in the military or the police. Yeah.
Tax money, please.
Oh, God. Look at that. This warms my heart.
Tax money, please.
Like, what kind of idiot runs on ice? You can run on Duncan. You can't run on ice. The dude don't even have figure skates. He don't have what are you doing? Like, this just shows you these people are so out of their depth. This dude is running at his full speed, which is, looks like a not brisk mall walk. My mom walks faster when she mall walks with my dad. But you run on a patch of ice. Do you realize the brain cells you have to be missing? Like how cognitively impaired you have to be to run on ice? You stupid ass. And then he gets up, wet ass, wet bottom, straight to the beehole and runs back to his truck. I mean, this is why you can't come in and tell us what to do. No one's listening to this loser. No one is listening to these losers. These are the losers of all losers. They're losers in life. We know these people are losers. They read as losers. They present as losers. Okay? Their pronouns are loser and losers, depending how many are there. So, of course, no one's listening to these fucks. This is it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. They are sending their worst. These are the ones that are eating the cats and eating the dogs. All right? They're sitting on the cats and sitting on the dogs. And they don't even realize it. Bubba Wet Butt coming in, yeah, he recently got out of meth, put down the meth pipe, and he's going to save those last 3 teeth and possibly get some dentures with this ice money. I mean, the best thing you can do is laugh at these bullies. The best thing you can do is bully a bully, go toe to toe with them, and then laugh at them because they can't handle it. These are the same fragile dudes that are on Dateline for pew-pewing people because of their fragile egos, because someone rejected them or hurt their feelings. Why is he running back to his car? Because his butt hurts? Get up, sir, and still do the job. He's running back to the rental Escalade.
Enough!
God, I love Minnesotans. They're like, yeah, fucking dummy.
Our tax money, please!
We extend our love, support, and heartfelt sympathies to Alex's family, friends, and our community during this difficult time. Please join us in honoring the life and memory of Alex Pretty with a moment of silence.
So this was last night at the Timberwolves game where the Timberwolves lost to the Golden State Warriors. We had, oh my God, turnover city township. But Minnesota is in a state of just, it's horrific, and people are worried and they're sad and all the things. And we're literally trying to resist these booger eaters coming in and executing, Americans in the street. So they did this for Renee Good too. As the NBA really, as far as the, sports leagues go, they ended up postponing their game on Sunday. So they played on Saturday. So they played the Warriors on Sunday instead. And then they played the Warriors, I think, again tonight, right? I think that's who they're playing tonight. And then the NHL, which I go wild, love hockey too, but they kept their game, I think, on Saturday. So I'm like, NHL, get it together. So the NBA is best about speaking out about this kind of thing. And you saw Kat, who used to be on the Wolves. And you saw even Halliburton, who I've been obsessed with watching Top 5 on Netflix. Those of you who know, it's like the best show. I'm watching season 2 and I wish there was a season 3. And Tyrese Halliburton from the Pacers is on that season. And I am just liking him more and more because he spoke out right away. And I think he's from Oshkosh. And then Alex Pretty, I think was originally from Green Bay, Wisconsin. So 2 Wisconsin guys. Thank you, Farrell Jane, for the $1.99. RIP Puppy Cricket. Oh, is that the dog that Christy Gnome's Botox face schmurdered? Oh no. And then you hear the Minnesotans, they did the same thing when they did a moment of silence for Renee Good. They were like, fuck ice. And then we have Steve Kerr, coach of the Golden State Warriors. I like this dude more and more. Okay. As I'm trying to be more literate in the NBA and basketball and just really enjoying, I think since all this started happening, I dove full in to like my escape is watching professional sports. And I've gotten really into the NBA. I've always been into the NHL, not really into the NFL, but I'll watch a little bit with my husband. But this Steve Kerr gentleman, Hype Man Husband Chell told me too. He was like, he played with Michael Jordan. I knew very little about him, but I really like this guy. He's delightful. Okay. And Steph Curry. I'm just like, oh, Steve Kerr. So Steve Kerr has a little press conferences and he's going to talk about what it was like playing Minnesota on Sunday, the day after Alex Preddy was executed by ICE.
Honestly, what I felt was that their group was suffering, you know. I thought the vibe in the stands, it was one of the most bizarre, sad games I've ever been a part of. You could feel in the somber atmosphere, their team, we could tell they were struggling with everything that's been going on and you know what the city has been through. So it was very sad. It was a sad night. We're obviously we got the win and we're happy about that, but very difficult to see so many people struggling and sad, and you know they came to the game to try to forget about stuff, I guess, but I don't think anything went away for the city and for their team. I think they were suffering from the effects of everything.
So now Hype Man Husband Show, before he left, told me that the Golden State Warriors tonight were going to play their bench. And I'm like, is Steve Kerr doing that because he feels bad for Minnesota and for the Wolves and everything going on in Minnesota? So I don't know if that's true. You'll have to let me know because I'm going to watch the game later, obviously. But if so, I was like, Steve Kerr, what a good guy. AKA the Cat Lay says, I love Steve Kerr. When he was on the Bulls during the championships, we had tickets for the entire Jordan era. How iconic that is. Yeah, it seems like he is a guy that always has spoken out about injustice, similar to Steph Curry, similar to, you know, there are, a few athletes who always speak up about this. So it was good to see. Let's see, what else are you guys saying? Let's see. Oh, good night, OMG. We will keep on keeping on. All right, late to the live. You're right on time, JR. Right on time. Okay, so these women are on the Minnesota Frost, which is in a championship winning hockey, professional women's hockey team in Minnesota. Our women's hockey team and our women's basketball team, the Lynx and the Frost, are both such badasses while we wait for the Vikings to go to, a Super Bowl again. Again, they haven't been since the 70s. The Wolves franchise, even though it's only been around since 1989, you would think by 2025, maybe we would have been to an NBA final. We have not. We got, I think, how many years ago was it? We got Western Conference Championship. Either way, we're going to eventually get there because our team right now is stacked, but we got, some things we need to work on. And then with the Twins, we won the World Series in 89, 91. And then the last couple of years, I don't even pay attention to the Twins anymore. All the love, but I'm just, I'm out here in Dodger country now. So I feel like the Dodgers are just always winning and they have a huge budget. So it's like, good luck, Twins. And then with the Wild, we've also never been to a Stanley Cup, and we had the Minnesota North Stars, and then they went to Dallas thanks to their horrible Norm Green, the owner, who took them because he didn't want to face, the accusations he was up against, because he was another loser sex offender who had his own harassment allegations and things. So he took the team and ran. And we loved the Minnesota North Stars. So now they're the Dallas Stars. God bless. But now we have the Wild. And we've had them since, I don't know, sometime in the 90s when I was in high school. And I love the Wild, but we got to get to. So all I'm saying is the ladies are killing it. The ladies are winning whole ass championships. Meanwhile, we wait for the men. They'll get there. Eventually, they'll catch up to the women. So these are two women from our Minnesota Frost.
To take the time to recognize, I think, what's been happening in our state with, you know, Alex and Renee, thinking about their families. It's obviously really heavy. I think people have been asking a lot, I think, of us, you know, what it's like to represent our state and our country. And I think what I'm most proud to represent is, you know, the thousands, tens of thousands of people that show up on the coldest days of the year to stand and fight for what they believe in. For the people that, you know, it might not really truly affect them on a personal level, but it affects their neighbors, it affects their communities, it affects our community as a whole. And I think it's just really important to acknowledge that we're really lucky to be able to get to play this game. And I'm really happy that, you know, people showed up today and hopefully provided them a couple hours worth of joy, community, togetherness. And I think it's just really important for us to acknowledge, you know, what's happening in our community, but also the amount of hope and strength I think that the people of Minnesota are showing and standing up for what's right, amongst the unnecessary and just horrifying things that are happening.
Thank you, Kelly.
I'm going to call a spade a spade.
And both of those ladies, both of those professional athletes are from Minnesota. So you can see like just the heartbreak on their faces as they speak about what is going on in their state and their feelings regarding that.
If the videos are the only thing that investigators have that we have all seen, they are lying.
So this is when, you know, Trump, Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, the Bovina weirdo, JD Vance, they kept trying to lie to the public. You know, with Renee Good, you still had the people that were like, she ran him over with a car. And you're like, that, watch all angles of the video. Watch it over and over again. And you will see that in fact is not true. They tried to say he like broke his leg. He had internal bleeding as he jogs away, you know, from the scene. And then with Alex Preddy, this is one because it was still like a woman and a gay woman. So we're like, yeah, fuck that lesbian. But now you have a VA nurse. I don't know if Alex was straight. Yeah, I don't know. But possible straight white man, VA nurse with a conceal and carry permit. So with a lawful conceal and carry, gunned down, shot from behind after getting beat up by multiple ICE agents who then unholstered and took his gun from him when they didn't even know he had a gun until they started beating him up because he stepped. We see video. We've seen multiple angles of videos of Alex Preddy stepping in front of women that these little titty baby ICE agents were pushing to the ground, you know? And so you see this guy who's doing something that you wish, you know, men would do is when women are being assaulted, even by federal ICE weirdos, that you would step up. He just had his phone in his hand. We never saw him holding a gun. His gun was holstered to him. And I think this is where they really fucked up because this is where they're even people that may have been in support of Trump, may have voted for Trump. Some of the MAGAs, some of the Second Amendment people are now going, ugh, you're asking me to not believe my own eyes. And it's happened in a lot of circumstances, but this is one where we have multiple angles where it is very clear and they have shown no other proof. And this was right away. And right away, Stephen Miller, Trump, Kristi Noem tried to disparage Alex. They tried to say that he went after the ICE agents with a 9mm gun. Like they were just making up lies, disparaging, slandering this man who is a hero. He's an ICU nurse at the Veterans Hospital. And I think this was, if we could ever get something that was too far, this was it. Because now we're seeing freaking weirdo Bovina. He's got to get out of Minnesota. Okay, thank God. That guy, talk about little guy syndrome. Oh my God, he's got like 5'7" disorder. It's okay. You can be a short king. You don't have to be so angry. But he just came into town looking full Gestapo, full Nazi. And now you have the press. You even had Fox News going, whoa, whoa, whoa. And that's when I think we're learning that there might be a limit, which is good, to how much Trump is able to fool even, his supporters. We still have a lot of his supporters. I know, because they're in my comment section who are like, hey, no, that guy, didn't he? I posted something about this a couple days ago. And I had multiple screenshots from the videos, different angles. We had no proof. We still have no proof that Alex ever showed his gun. He just had it lawfully holstered to his side. He had the conceal and carry permit, which these people, if you would think that this party, Republicans itself, they have been telling us, Second Amendment out the ass. You would think they'd be like, yeah, this is so wrong. But you still have these people in the comments saying, clearly he had a gun. And didn't he hold a gun? It's like, do you not watch the videos? They're out there. Like, you can find them. I even had someone tag me on Twitter yesterday and showed me the ICE agent that unholstered Alex's gun from him and said, see, there he is with the gun. I'm like, that's the ICE agent. And other people were subtweeting it going, yeah, see, he was holding his gun.
You're terrible, Muriel.
Like, that's the ICE agent. Okay, anyways, keep going.
If they have something different, they have not said so. But there was no riot, and we never saw Alex Preddy with a weapon in his hand, which is how DHS Secretary Noem described him approaching officers. There is not a single video showing that. What we do see is Alex Preddy holding a cell phone, not a gun. We do know he had a gun on him, but he also had a legal permit to carry. So if the videos that we have all seen and the community has all seen are the only pieces of evidence that DHS has, and they are not saying anything different, only saying that he did these things like holding a gun or approaching with a gun, it's just not true.
Watch closely, because this is who Alex Preddy was.
March 30th, 1947, December 10th, 2024. Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom. So in this moment, we remember and give thanks for their dedication and selfless service to our nation in the cause of our freedom. In this solemn hour, we render them our honor and our gratitude.
That was Alex Preddy working as an ICU nurse at the VA, reading someone's father's final salute. That's who Alex was. He worked as an ICU nurse at the VA. And as we watch the attempted character assassination of Alex Preddy rolled out by the Trump administration, by Stephen Miller, by anyone else that's trying to uphold the institution of ICE, understand that's all that it is. It is an attempted character assassination of a man who is not only good, but somebody that people stand 10 toes down on for his character. I asked the person if I could use this video for this video, and they said, yes, please do not let them destroy his character. And I am absolutely no stranger to watching attempted character assassinations take place. As I am in Minneapolis, we watched the same thing happen with Philando Castile, George Floyd, Terrence Franklin, Amir Locke, and now Renee Good, and now Alex Preddy. And if we just take a moment to look at Alex Preddy in his final moments in the video that we all saw from multiple different angles, he was just looking out for his community. He was doing what many of us have done, would do, and plan on doing in the future. He was just looking out for his community. He was filming, he was observing, and then he was publicly executed. And there is not a singular plausible reality that this institution of law enforcement or Trump administration can stand on to convince people otherwise. And for those that believe otherwise, understand that you're fealty to an administration carrying out public executions and then victim blaming the dead is essentially blind loyalty to an administration that would attempt to assassinate your character if ever your life were taken by ICE. But go back to the beginning of the video of Alex reading the final salute for that veteran. He was the ICU nurse for that veteran. And it shows you that Alex's character not only cannot be assassinated by this administration, but it also shows you that literally everybody in this administration could never live up to who Alex was.
Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, has been spreading morally reprehensible, disgusting lies about the cold-blooded execution of the young man, Alex Preddy, who was gunned down in the streets of Minneapolis today. I'm going to read a statement from Alex's parents who have asked that the record be set straight about who their son was and what actually.
So I think this is important that people are sharing this. I love that people are sharing this because his parents, like Cynthia Nixon here is saying, shout out to Sex and the City, Miranda, but didn't she run in New York? I don't know if she ever won, but either way, Alex's parents, you know, sorry, I ran up the stairs after feeding the dog, so I'm a little out of breath, but how heartbreaking it is to lose your son and then to have this happen and have it recorded and filmed. And so you see your son executed in the streets for being a damn hero. And then you see the president of the United States and his entire effed up administration getting online and going to the press and lying about your son and calling him a domestic terrorist and saying he did something he didn't do. So I love that people are sharing this, that his parents have asked, you know, that you tell the truth about who he is and spread this so that their lies and this administration trying to cover up and turn this man into a villain isn't going to work because we just keep sharing this.
Happened. Please do everything you can to share their statement far and wide. We are heartbroken, but also very angry. Alex was a kind-hearted soul who cared deeply for his family and friends, and also the American veterans who he cared for as an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA hospital. Alex wanted to make a difference in this world. Unfortunately, he will not be with us to see his impact. I do not throw around the term hero lightly. However, his last thought and act was to protect a woman. The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs. He had his phone in his right hand, and his empty left hand is raised above his head while trying to protect the woman ICE just pushed down, all while being pepper sprayed. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. Thank you.
These are Alex's clothes, by the way. They're just sitting there. I took this photo 2 hours ago. They're like 25 feet away from where he was shot. I took this photo 2 hours ago. His neighbors, other Minnesotans, kind of surrounded it with trash cans to try and preserve it because they're just sitting there. There's a fucking crime scene, and the people who caused it fled the fucking scene. just like they fled the last time when they killed an American citizen, unarmed American citizen, I might add. Some things to keep in mind here. Being armed in the United States of America, especially if you have a permit to carry a weapon, is not a fucking death sentence, okay? He was not, as Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller and all these lying fucking Nazis waving a gun around at federal agents. He was disarmed and then mag dumped on his fucking stomach on the ground. And then they fucking left. This is not political. This is fully not political. The government is murdering citizens and then lying about it. Okay?
The President of the United States is fucking lying. I think this whole administration has completely lost their fucking mind. Bum, fucking bum, you're a bitch.
Okay, so I want to stop that because we see Bovino getting harassed in the Target, which, oh my God. Now your Target, you've fallen so far that you got Greg Bovino is hanging out in Targets. If you need more reason to boycott Target, they let Greg Bovino in with his ice goons. They let this little short dork in to come and Nazify it up. Like this, I don't even recognize Target stores anymore. I don't recognize Target Core. They've lost me forever. Like, bitch, you wish I'll come back. You know you miss my money because I would buy the dumbest shit there. I spend so much money and time in Target. You know you miss me. You know you miss me. But back to, I think such, to just honor Alex, to honor Renee, is to just do exactly what Alex's parents have asked and keep telling the truth about Alex. And don't let this government smear campaign against him. Keep sharing the truth, sharing how he was a VA nurse, sharing how he was he was a lawful citizen. He had no record. He had his conceal and carry. He loved the outdoors. There is someone that I'm friends with that worked with him. It's just like Minnesota is literally, it's a big state, but it's a small world. And so I'm seeing people posting on social media, people that I know who knew him. I did not know Alex. I didn't have the pleasure, but seeing everyone I've seen post about this man had nothing but wonderful things to say, which is not going to be the same when Greg Bovino kicks the bucket. Let me tell you that. Okay. Or any of these weirdos. So probably the best way for us to just keep, when you feel helpless, and because I do all the time, and hopeless, and what do you do with this cuckoo-ness where literally the government is lying and this propaganda machine is just growing and growing and growing, and you have people who you thought you could have normal conversations with are now telling you, no, he had a gun and he was there and he was going to kill the ICE agent. You're like, what are you talking about? Like literally telling you things that didn't happen and just repeating the propaganda. Just keep repeating the truth about Alex. And so I think to honor him and for his parents, that's the thing that I've seen people doing that I think is just so important. So I like to see that there are, bigger names and people with a greater reach that are spreading the truth about Alex Preddy when they tried to completely destroy this man, and his reputation after they had already taken his life. That wasn't enough. They had to then, paint him as this domestic terrorist, as this horrible person. So now let's watch Greg Bovino and his goons get harassed in a Target, because that's fun.
You're terrible, Muriel.
This whole administration has completely lost their fucking mind. Bum, fucking bum, you're a bitch. And if your wife is, I'll probably fuck her too. You guys are all bitches. You can't do shit to me. You can't do a thing.
Shout out to all these Minnesotans who are in the Target going, you're a bitch, you're a bum, and blowing their whistles because they hate the whistles.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here. Right, get the fuck out. Walk the fuck out, you stupid bitches. Get the fuck out of here. Dumb the fuck.
They couldn't be more masked. They're the maskiest piece of mask. That is masked to the eyelids. And that bitch did not wear a mask during the Panakuchen. During COVID, they were like, I can't. But now they are just masked up because they're chicken shits.
Out of here. You fucking coward. You're a fucking coward, bitch. You're a fucking bitch. Hold on, baby. I'm on the phone to you, bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid bitches. You're
I love this guy. Can someone find out this guy so we can just Venmo him all the monies? Can this guy just go around and yell at these guys all the time?
a fucking coward piece of shit. Fuck you. And if you didn't have a gun or a badge, I would beat the shit out of you.
Shout out to that man. Shout out to that man. That man is my new hero.
Take that fucking badge off.
He turns around. Like, Greg, get your 5'2" ass out. Get out the door, Greg. Go home, Grandpa Greg. Okay, you're gonna break another hip. Get out of here. Look at that guy. How come this is all like Little People, Big World? What is going on? Oh my God, it's all the 5'4s and unders, I guess.
Shut the fuck up, man. Fucking tongue. You're a bitch. Get the fuck out, you fucking pussy. You fucking bitch ass white boys. I'll fucking spit.
He said fucking bitch ass white boys. Why are they in Target? Because they love Target, JR. And that's another reason I'm boycotting Target. Because they let ICE go in there and tackle and arrest 2 American teenagers. One, I think, was like 17 years old, and they tackled them in the doorway here in, I forgot what city. Minnesotans correct me. And then they dropped him off without like his jacket, without his phone or something. I think in a Walmart parking lot. Like, how crazy. It's because Target loves ICE. Okay. When you're shopping at Target, just remember, I'm just putting all the salt in Target's game. I'm so mad at them. Target loves ICE. Target loves Nazis. Target loves the Gestapo. Allegedly. We'll give an allegedly so Target doesn't sue me. But that's what it looks like. Because Target is not protecting their workers. They're not protecting their people. And I think there was a letter that was sent out because my dad, shout out to Papa, again, it's not my fault I'm this way, blame my dad. He's been going out to the Target stores and trying to talk to the managers and educate the employees about their constitutional rights and the 4th Amendment and all these things. And obviously, you know, the managers at Target are kind of sometimes being kind of dicks to him, going, you got to talk to corporate. But my dad's like passing out flyers, letting them know they should protect their employees. And when they go to work, they shouldn't have to fear the fucking Gestapo coming in and tackling them and arresting them. But yeah, it's because Target loves ICE. Target, they love Greg Bavino. Yeah, they do, allegedly.
Stay back. Stay back.
The first thing they do is pull out whatever that is. What is that? Is that a guy? Like, is that an air thing? What is going on here? Is that one of those things that shoots like sandbags or something that they broke that lady's finger with recently? Like right away, these guys, what is going on here? Look, he's got the headset. I mean, this is the dork of all dorks. The unqualified, the untrained of all untrains. Ugh. It's just, I can't with these dorks. Now, but notice how the ICE agents are able to record. They're able to, you know, have their cameras out and no one's executing them. Strange. Oh God, I got to rewind. I just love this so much. This is like, this is going in my spank bank.
Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back.
I like how you see like everyone. You might see a young person, you might see a mom, you see a young dude, you see an older dude, just like, get the fuck out. Like, you're ruining our area. You're coming in here, you're causing problems. You don't respect this area. You don't respect us. You're arresting Americans. You're killing us in the streets. Get out. Khakis telling them to get out. Like, nobody likes you, Greg Bavino. That's why I think, didn't he get demoted? We'll check the news. I think that was just breaking as I was going live. That Greg, you got put in timeout. Oh, sir. But good thing he's very close to the ground. So when he has to sit in the corner, he's basically already there, you know. But Greg, oh, I think you lost all your power. Did you lose all your power, Greggy? And this is Minnesota. And this is why they're awesome. don't even think you can go to Target and use the potty. You freaking Nazis. This dude's dressed like they're in damn Desert Storm. And they're in Minnesota in the middle of the winter going TT at the Target. Every other state, remember this. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Okay? Everywhere they are. Get out. Right now, it's the end of you and me. Don't make it comfortable. You know, don't make fascists comfortable. Don't make fascism comfortable. You can make fashion comfortable, but not fascists, okay?
Minnesota, right? Well, it's not random. Let's talk about
Call of Duty, motherfucker. Earthly says. I know this video is going to get demonetized. I keep saying motherfuckers. We talk about Nazis. This is everything that YouTube hates. Thank you, Ann Mata. I don't know if I already recognized these super chats, so I definitely want to give you guys a shout out. Thank you so much for the $5. And Mata says, DJT says, God would think he's doing a great job. He has never read the Bible. He is not religious in the slightest. He does not have faith. He's faking the funk. He is such a freaking grifter over here. Remember when he held the Bible upside down? Here we go. He's going. If there is a downstairs, he's going straight down. He's going down in an earlier. Okay. He better hide in a storm. Lightning gonna strike. Don't think that man above is a fan of bigots. No. I'm pretty sure Jesus was very anti this. Okay. Jesus was like, we like the immigrants. Be nice to them. Yes. That shit's in the Bible. I can't quote it. Okay. But it is. You Christians, you know what I'm talking about. Kim stole my fish. So thank you for becoming a member. I like your name. And thank you for the 5 again. Says, oh, thank you. You're a queen for this. On the right side of history, your chat is so full of beautiful people. Good night, amigos. Good night. And thank you so much. I hope you didn't already go to bed before we recognized your amazing super chat. I like Aldi too. What's Aldi's deal? Are they okay? Because I feel like Aldi, you can get some good deals there too. Yeah, I mean, this is Trump's biggest fear, right? K Gollum is, am I saying that right? Because I feel like Gollum, like my precious Gollum, I love it. That he's going to lose the midterms. You know, so he is trying to wreck it Ralph in all these states that he has no chance in. And he wants to get the voter records and just, oof.
4 of the main reasons why ICE and the Trump administration have targeted Minnesota. First reason, they're trying to capitalize on the conservative outrage around fraud allegations tied to Somali-led or
this dude, this little dork. I cannot with this little dork. And everyone was running with it. And being a Minnesotan and knowing, you know, how amazing the Somali community is in Minnesota. And then having this little dork come in from like Utah or something. And his parents are like fraudsters, like tax fraudsters. I forgot his name. Little dorky YouTube guy. And I heard all these people for weeks talk about Somali fraud. This little guy who shits himself told us from his YouTube channel. And he was with another guy. And I'm thinking, oh God. And people are telling me like, listen to, she will explain it for you here. But he came in thinking he discovered something. This is the same guy. If you look into, what's his name again? I didn't want to learn his name. But you know that, this little dude. He's got a YouTube channel. What's his name? Like Jacob P. his pants or something. He also went over to the Ukraine and he falsely reported on the Ukrainian war. And he went to an area that he took like video of these cars and made it seem like this is where your tax dollars are going. You know, and they're going to all of these things and they're misusing our money and they're not really at war. And then they had an actual guy who lives in Ukraine and reports on the war, like, you know, a real journalist, novel idea. And he interviewed this guy and he just destroyed him. Nick Shirley. Ugh. Yeah. Laverne and Shirley over here. And so this isn't his first rodeo putting out misinformation and trying to blow up spots. It's like, who's paying this little dude? Where's this dude coming from? But to find out years ago, he went over to the Ukraine, falsely reported on things. And then he was called out by this journalist. I'll look up the video and I'll link it in the description because I have to Google it to remember. But I was watching this whole thing because I'm like, who is this Nick Shirley guy? He sucks. And I'm hearing everyone go, have you seen Nick Shirley? I'm not going to be believing a guy that just got potty trained 2 weeks ago. Okay, this baby fetus spreading misinformation, no Sankey. And so there was this Ukrainian reporter, like I said, who lives there full time, reports on this, and he just destroyed him in this interview by just simply, the guy, he went to the Ukraine. He didn't even know what city he was in. He didn't know where he was. He thought he was in this area, and the guy was like, you weren't even in the right area. It was crazy. So, okay. Keep going.
Organizations in Minneapolis. They're basically trying to say, look, Minnesota's got this huge problem with immigrants committing crimes and we're coming in to help. Although these cases were already in courts where they belong, and they're tied to specific defendants, not entire communities, right? It's kind of like when Donald Trump was convicted of fraud, we didn't suddenly start deporting all white men, right? Nonetheless, they see this outrage. Let's cling on to that to justify these mass deportations, even though they're two completely separate things. Second, Minnesota is
let's take a quick, let me show you guys this because I found the video. So the guy, let me share it here. With Nick Shirley. Just how dumb. Oh my God, that's dumb. Like, we got to do more research on where this guy came from. Because whenever they say, oh, these paid agitators. Well, where did you find the misinformation fetus that you have lisping his way through YouTube, spreading horrible misinformation? Okay, let me share this with you. I found it on Facebook, which I try to stay away from Facebook. But here we go. So let me show you. This guy's name is Colin Robertson, I think. He said, I confronted Nick Shirley about his lies in the Ukraine. He pretended there was no war. He said his reporting was satire. J.D. Vance now calls him America's best journalist. Important to remember, this was not just a daycare. This is a country where people are being bombed daily. So let me show you this so that the next time someone's like, yeah, Nick Shirley, he's the best journalist, he's an American hero. You go, no. He's a freaking beacon of misinformation. He's a dork and a Trump cuck who gets paid through fucking magic, I don't know, Pokemon cards to spread misinformation or some shit. I don't know. All right. Allegedly. So here, let me drop the link for this too. This is the Facebook link to the video of him outing Nick Shirley. Okay. So there's a longer interview, but we'll just watch this shorter one. Give me a thumbs up as soon as you can hear the audio on this
video. Nick Shirley came to Ukraine and made this video.
Okay, so he makes a video, POV, you're in Ukraine, and you realize where your taxes are going. And he does it on what appears to be like a more posh street with like fancy cars and such. Just like, what a dork. What a dork. Thank you, guys.
And I'm talking about this right now because the vice president has literally just said that this guy is the best journalist in the world. But that doesn't quite add up, because when I confronted Nick about what he did here in Kyiv, he said what he was doing wasn't journalism, it was satire. And his entire reporting started to fall apart. Look at this. So here's the caption you put up. $175 billion goes a long way. This is the capital of Ukraine. What was the idea of the original tweet?
To show that what is happening in Ukraine, and to show that people are still living a somewhat normal life in certain areas of, such as Kyiv.
Well, I think what you were doing is to try and show that there maybe isn't a war in Ukraine. You were basically trying to ride this sort of Tim Pool grifter type wave, saying, you know, pulling silly faces, smirking at the people of this country, saying, this is where your tax dollars are going. You cannot avoid that. That's what you were doing. Why can't you admit that?
Because I do not believe by making satire on the internet commits a crime by any means.
Okay, so going back. This is a huge revelation. So you were actually doing satire
in that post.
So it was satire.
Is there anything wrong with satire?
Okay, so you're telling me now that this was a joke and it's satire and this wasn't your actual reporting. This wasn't you being a journalist.
What do you mean?
Well, you were being satirical, right? You were joking. You're saying that this tweet was satire. The original report that you put out on TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter was satire.
That was the first video I put out. And if you continue to follow me and watch the videos that will be coming out, you will very much see.
No, I've seen the backtracking, but why didn't you make it clear that it was satire?
Isn't that very obvious that it's clear that it's satire?
And just to recap on what Nick actually did here, he came to the Capitol, he pointed at some luxury cars, some cafes, people living their normal lives, and insinuated that there's no war, or that it's exaggerated, or that your American tax dollars are going on people's luxury cars in this country. And when this video went viral, I contacted his fixers. I found the exact people that brought him into this country, and they told me they showed him a bombed children's hospital. They took him to various aftermaths of missile strikes, of missile attacks, and he decided not to include it in any of his TikToks, in any of his reporting in Ukraine.
Holy
because Nick...
Alex Jones, bad faith actor. Like, that is all Nick Shirley is. He's like an Alex Jones. Ugh. Trash.
Came to Ukraine to make propaganda, to be provocative, to be a MAGA influencer. And that's fine. There's plenty of people like that on YouTube and TikTok. But when you come to a country where people are being bombed every single day, there are air raid sirens going off as I'm speaking right now, then it crosses a line. And Nick has a very specific talent. He shows up somewhere, films a couple of streets, and announces he's cracked the whole story. No data, no depth, just vibes. And then we jump to Minneapolis. It's the same tactic: drop in, film selectively, inflame, provoke, declare victory, go viral, get retweets from the president. And I've just seen this clip of Nick being confronted by CNN.
The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
Every daycare is locked.
Has their doors are locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point.
And it's pretty much exactly the same as my interview with him back here in Ukraine. And the reason I confronted Nick is because I know how a lot of these people work, how they think. When I was very young, I had right-wing views and surrounded myself with people just like Nick. And I saw exactly how they operate and exactly the kind of tactics they use.
I love this guy for calling him out. But yeah, right, Chief Queef says right-wing grifters are making a shit ton right now. I mean, you've seen stand-up comedians just grab a hold of that in the Rogan sphere as well, where all of a sudden they're like getting the biggest interviews from Trump and JD Vance, and you're like, what the hell is going on here? But there's a lot of money to be made in the right-wing grift. Like, if I wanted to just be a complete sellout and go against everything I believe, I could easily be like, yeah, MAGA for life. Yeah, immigration's bad. I already look like the starter kit for Fox News with the blonde hair and shit. So but yuck, selling your soul for that. But there are so many right-wing grifters right now. It's a very lucrative game, and that's why there's so many of them. But the damage that they do, because they don't know anything. Why are we Nick Shirley? Who? This guy literally is a journalist and reporter living in Ukraine, reporting on this. And then you got this influencer baby who comes in and just cherry picks, lies, puts out all this misinformation, false information, is praised by the vice president, and then says it's satire. The same thing Alex Jones did, so that they don't get sued. The same thing Fox News did, is they're like, well, we're not really news. They were passing themselves off as news. It's insane.
It's how I confronted Phidias, and it's why I confronted Nick. But just to give you a full overview of how these people operate and to understand the tactics, it's basically provocation over accuracy. It's outrage over evidence. It's selective framing, weaponizing confusion. And then when you're challenged, claiming persecution, which is exactly what Nick did. When I confronted him, he said I was putting his family at risk.
For you to say that is very dangerous for my life and for the life of my family.
I think the people that are actually in danger right now, the people whose lives are in danger, are the people in this country, from the Russians who are sharing your video. So good luck with that. So yeah, while Nick's trending right now for being the best journalist in the world, I think it's pretty important to look back at his roots and remember what he did here in Ukraine. But yeah, if you want to watch the full confrontation, I'll leave a link to it under this video. It's a pretty hard watch. It's pretty difficult, but it also shows you who Nick is. It gives you an insight into his character. And it looks like, based on what he's been putting out recently, not much has changed. So yeah, if you want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you so much for watching. Nick Shirley came to Ukraine.
Shout out to this dude. Shout out to this lovely gentleman. Is this the actual guy? Yes. So here is this guy. If you want to follow him on Facebook or YouTube, I'll put it here. It's Caolan Robertson, a real journalist doing the Lord's work here, fucking having to go in against these misinformation guys and call them out. And he did it in such like a professional, fantastic way. So he's listed as a digital creator, a journalist. He won 12 film awards on LBC and Times Radio, and he lives in the Ukraine. His name is pronounced Kalin. Okay, good to know. I'm so glad he put it here because I'm like, Cowlan. No, it's Kalin. So shout out to Kalin Robertson. Here again, let me drop again his Facebook page, which I'm sure, you could find his YouTube through here. I'm going to follow him because that was amazing. I was so happy that I found that. But, like, who the hell would listen? When I saw this Nick Shirley, I knew that dude was up to no good. And when I saw people who don't know anything about Minnesota, never been to Minnesota, don't give a shit about Minnesota, trying to tell me, like, oh, you have all, I'm like, shut up. Well, Nick Shirley, shut up. Hockey in Pittsburgh says the right wing has 0 funny comedians. Well, apparently, there's some guy on Fox, and I have some family members who lean that way, who are like, oh, you've heard that. I think the guy's name is Greg. He's on Fox. Like, he is funny. And I'm like, I don't know who that man is. I've never heard anyone say he was funny. But apparently Fox News has their own comedian. But I think he's an old man. I'm not sure. No offense, all offense. So, yeah. Sim says Don Lemon is cool. Okay, so let's get back to my other video from this lovely lady, and all of the people that I've been showing in this compilation. All of their Instagrams are in the video if you are interested in following any of them and their fantastic work. I mean, it literally is the only thing like keeping me sane, is having these wonderful creators that I can be like, oh, yay, this pops up my algorithm. Okay. At least she exists, you know? The small wins here. All right. Okay, so Boo 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 from Target, and then we'll go back into, so this woman is a lawyer. She is a lawyer. Oops. All right. Let me find, okay. Lawyer explains why ICE is targeting Minnesota. And this is the feminist lawyer, if you guys are looking for her on Instagram.
Let's talk about 4 of the main reasons why ICE and the Trump administration have targeted Minnesota. First reason, they're trying to capitalize on the conservative outrage around fraud allegations tied to Somali-led organizations in Minneapolis. They're basically trying to say, look, Minnesota's got this huge problem with immigrants committing crimes, and we're coming in to help. Although these cases were already in courts where they belong, and they're tied to specific defendants, not entire communities, right? It's kind of like when Donald Trump was convicted of fraud, we didn't suddenly start deporting all white men, right? Nonetheless, they see this outrage, let's cling on to that to justify these mass deportations, even though they're 2 completely separate things. Second, Minnesota is a sanctuary state, meaning that they limit their cooperation with federal immigration enforcement and attempt to be a city that protects and welcomes immigrants. Trump has been attacking sanctuary states for years. Third, Trump hates Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz, and is basically trying to use him as a poster child for ineffective liberal leadership that needs the federal government to come in. Last, and so important, Minneapolis is the city where George Floyd was murdered. Minnesotans are notorious for showing up when injustice occurs, and the Trump administration uses this very strategically to its advantage. It will take protests and demonstrations that are peaceful and characterize them through propaganda as violent, as having paid agitators that require a heightened federal presence to.
If my mom and dad are getting paid and they're not telling me, and my brother and sister-in-law, and cousin, then I guess Trump would be right. But as far as I know, Nana and Papa are just doing it for free. They're just they're trying to enjoy their retirement, but they can't with Donald Trump. So they're out there doing the damn thing, hitting the streets. But I'll check with Nana again to see if she's getting paid. But I'm pretty sure she's just doing this shit for free. Her and her friends are getting together. They make signs. I'll have to show you some pictures before we wrap up from some of the protests throughout the year that they've been at. And yes, Sim, it's that Greg Gutfeld. Oh, I had a distant family member tell me about him like a year ago. I was like, that Greg Gutfeld. I'm like, who? He's hilarious. We never heard of him. I don't know. I've heard of Greg Gagne. I've heard of Greg Giraldo, rest in peace. But I don't know no Greg Gutfeld. But apparently he is a Fox News comedian, if that's a thing. Yeah, I'm sure he's no George Carlin or Bill Hicks or any of the progressive comedian legends of our time. Okay. You guys are saying that, yeah, I'll have to look into this. Tim, I think Tim Dillon is funny. He is a right-wing comic, but he is funny. Yeah, I think he's right. He's a right-wing comic. He's got like a podcast and shit. Mabel Dragon Burn, thank you so much for the 199. Can we watch ice? Yes, there'll be more ice slipping on the ice again before, of course. For you, anything. We will add that. Steffi, thank you for becoming a member. Steffi640, thank you so much.
Hamper down. So we'll say we need to send in more ice. We need to invoke the Insurrection Act, all of these things. And it becomes a self-feeding system that they come in, they cause chaos, and they use their own chaos and violence as justification to continue doing it. Minnesota is not being targeted because it's uniquely criminal or chaotic. It's being targeted because it's symbolic. It has sanctuary policies, immigrant communities, a governor that Trump hates, and a population that has proven that it will push back when the government abuses its power.
Fascism. Hold on. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a good video. This is confronting an agitator. Speaking of agitator, you get these right-wing grifter Trump cucks who just want to suck on cankles, who come and they start preaching to the protesters. And this guy just puts them in his place through just education. It's amazing.
All we're doing is. Do you know what fascism is? Do you know what fascism is? You know, the way people are using it. No, I know what it means. Do you know its traditional definition? Do you know its traditional definition? Can you give me 4 tenets? Give me 4 tenets. Give me 4 tenets of fascism. Hold on. Extreme nationalism, correct? I'm not telling you, hold on, guys, let him answer. I just want to embarrass him. Guys, just let him get embarrassed. Can I please get 4 tenets, please? I don't know. If fascism, see, when you say things like that kind of language, when that traditional definition applies to what these people are doing, that's the problem. You're uneducated. You don't know what fascism is. So don't tell these people they shouldn't call people fascists when the traditional definition applies. Yeah, it's an ultra-nationalist authoritarian political ideology. That's what it is. And there's 14 tenets of fascism, right? Ultra-nationalism is one, okay? Attacking higher education, identifying enemies as a unifying cause is another example of fascism. Do you know what that means? Identifying enemies as what?
As a unifying cause. The way you talk about undocumented immigrants.
This guy. Oh, God. Well, I love how when they don't know the answer, people like this try to talk their way. Well, how they say, I mean, their definition of fascism, is it right? Is it not? I don't know. It's kind of like when that guy from The Daily Show who hits the streets. What's his name again? The tall guy. He's got like reddish hair. He's funny. Oh, why am I forgetting his name? Well, he'll go out on the streets and he hits up these like MAGA rallies. And just when they try, like, well, what do you think of DEI? Bad. What is it? Well, it is what it is. Like they don't even know what they're against. And it's hilarious. Kepler. Yeah, Kepler. Is that his name, Civil? What's his first name? Jordan. Jordan Kepler? Jordan Kepler. Super funny. Sometimes I'll just go to YouTube to watch just like a montage of his man on the street interviews. Jordan Kepler. Thank you guys.
For instance,
illegal immigrants.
No, they're not illegal immigrants. No human being is illegal. They're undocumented. Let's look. Use this as an example. Hold on, folks. Let's use this as an example. Now, you see how he said the term illegal? That's actually the language that causes violence, right? When you call human beings, hold on. Can I please finish? So again, hold on. Can you give me one other example of a human being being illegal? The action they committed is illegal. They don't become illegal. No, you said illegal immigrants. You're referring to them as illegal human beings. They're undocumented.
Now you're stumbling your words.
Yeah, because he's getting schooled. This is what needs to happen. So, do you know why? Listen to me. I'm gonna try and tell you something. Seriously, listen. This is important. So they refer to you, right? They refer to undocumented immigrants as illegal, so they can justify their harsh policy. So people like you don't think of them as human beings when they're dragging them through the street, beating them, killing them, tearing families apart, dragging pregnant women down the street. You think of them, they're illegal aliens. So what does it matter? But if you start calling them undocumented immigrants, human beings, can you give me one other circumstance?
Hot chocolate.
What are you guys doing out?
Hot chocolate.
And you're with the Minnesota National Guard?
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are.
Why was this important for you guys to do today?
It's a demonstration of safety and security. We're here to help.
Awesome. Thank you.
So this is when Walz then called in the National Guard, and people were wondering how he was going to utilize the National Guard, if then Trump was going to somehow step in and say, no, National Guard works for me, and if they'd have to then answer to the president over the governor. But ultimately, bringing the National Guard in was refreshing because you're dealing with people who are actually like trained, and also people who are from Minnesota. So again, when you send in people who have no tie to the area, who are told and, propagandized to believe that the people of Minnesota are somehow horrible and scammers and subhuman, obviously they're not going to come in, these ICE agents, and show any kind of respect. They don't care about the area. They're just shitting on it, which is why, we prefer to have people who represent certain communities, whether in politics or whatever, actually live in the damn community. Or, a lot of people asking for the police officers. When you work in a city, you actually live in that city because you might, most likely, the odds are that you're going to treat it better, that you're going to have more respect for it because it's actually your neighborhood, your community. So seeing this is just a very stark difference between the ICE agents, seeing this one guy passing out, or the National Guard here passing out donuts and hot chocolate, and seeing him smile. It's like, that like healed me a little bit because I was like, oh, he's just like being nice to them. Okay.
We have some stunning breaking news.
Okay, so this is about Pam Bondi and what they were really looking for when they came in to Minnesota with the Gestapo.
Is derived from a demand letter written by Attorney General Pam Bondi and sent to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz only hours after the execution of U.S. citizen Alex Preddy. Now, what is inside this letter is beyond parody. I can't even say it without it sounding like a supervillain movie script, but I'm just going to say it. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Donald Trump are trying to use the execution of Alex Preddy, which they caused. They are trying to use this execution to gain leverage over the state of Minnesota by saying that they will continue to surge troops unless the state of Minnesota gives them access to their voter data rolls, which could help them rig the 2026 midterms, rig the 2028 election, and beyond. I want to point out before we even jump in, Trump has tried to pressure Republican lawmakers already in multiple states to redraw congressional maps mid-decade in order to rig the midterms. He's tried to end mail-in voting nationwide, even though he's used mail-in voting because he wants to rig the midterms.
That pisses me off, the mail-in voting thing, and then the post office changing when it has to be postmarked. Because I became a mail-in voter once I left the state of Minnesota, when I lived in Arizona and when I lived in California. And when I was doing more stand-up comedy and traveling, it made more sense for me to mail in my vote because then I would never miss an election. And when I learned about the convenience of mail-in votes, I was like, oh, this is fantastic. And I know when I tell like my mom, Nana, she just loves the act of like showing up at the polls, and I hate it. And waiting in line and stuff. So the fact that that he has been doing everything he can to, basically dismantle the mail-in votes or make it seem like, it's somehow fraudulent and corrupt is just really pissing me off. And because I love a mail-in vote.
He's been escalating attacks on voting machines, even though these voting machines have been proven to be safe. And Pam Bondi's Justice Department has already demanded voter rolls from at least 40 different states. There were a bunch of complaints that the administration was trying to get sensitive personal data like social security numbers, home addresses, birthdays, all for election purposes or election rigging purposes. It's also worth pointing out Trump has staffed his key agencies like FEMA, the FBI, Homeland Security, and the DOJ with election deniers who will ride or die with him until the very end. I want to show you this letter that was written and signed at the bottom by Attorney General Pam Bondi in just 1 second, because even Matt McDermott, who reported on it, said, quote, "As insane as this sounds, it's true. Pam Bondi sent Minnesota officials a letter today saying ICE would leave the state if Minnesota turns over its voter files to the Trump administration. They're openly using state violence as a bargaining chip to seize election infrastructure." Before we even jump into that, make sure you drop a like and subscribe to help boost the truth and boost this message that independent media is bringing you. I want to back up very quickly and have a moment just for Alex Preddy. His family wrote a message that mentions the administration and mentions Alex's personality. I think it's worth taking a moment right here. Quote, "We are very heartbroken, but also very angry," says the family of 37-year-old nurse Alex Preddy. Alex was a kind-hearted soul who cared deeply for his family and friends, and also the American veterans whom he cared for as an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA hospital. Alex wanted to make a difference in this world. Unfortunately, he will not be with us to see his impact. I do not throw around the hero term lightly. However, his last thought and act was to protect a woman. I know watching the video must have been tragic and heartbreaking, but I'm at least happy that they saw that his last moments were him trying to protect a woman who was being abused and bullied by ICE agents. Obviously, the video is tragic, and nobody should have to see their son being slain by ICE agents, but I'm glad that they saw that he was protecting people and being a hero. They then say, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs. He had his phone in his right hand, and his empty left hand is raised above his head while trying to protect the woman ICE just pushed down, all while being pepper sprayed. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. We will get the truth out." One of his coworkers at the VA hospital said, for her part, she said, "It speaks to Preddy's character that he would stand up for his neighbors in Minneapolis. Quote, you could not think of a kinder, gentler, sweeter person," she said. "But I could see that, he was probably trying to defuse a situation or defend somebody or protect somebody or had run up because of his nursing role," she said. "And he was a very principled person and very righteous." She continued, "Knowing Alex, I know there's no way he would have provoked or done anything to bring this on. The last time she saw him," she said, "was last year. He was very happy. He'd been going along in his nursing career and he was feeling like things were falling into place. This makes it especially sad, especially heartbreaking. His life was just beginning." That is incredibly heartbreaking. And then Pam Bondi and Donald Trump use this as an opportunity to try to rig the midterm elections. One more time, as insane as it sounds, Pam Bondi sent Minnesota officials a letter today saying ICE would leave the state if Minnesota turns over its voter rolls to the Trump administration. Let's go to page 2 of this, where she says, this is her second demand: "Repeal the sanctuary policies that have led to so much crime and violence in your state. Removing criminal illegal aliens from Minnesota neighborhoods will save lives, and state and local officials should support this goal." I mean, it's only cost lives thus far, specifically 2 lives over the past 3 weeks. The letter continues, "All detention facilities in your state should cooperate fully with ICE, honor immigration detainers, and permit ICE to interview detainees in custody to determine immigration status. I urge you to reach an agreement with ICE that allows them to remove illegal aliens in custody of Minnesota's prisons and jails." She then writes, "Third, allow the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice to access voter rolls to confirm that Minnesota's voter registration practices comply with federal law as authorized by the Civil Rights Act of 1960. Wow. Fulfilling this common sense request will better guarantee free and fair elections and boost confidence in the rule of law." Yeah, I'm sure Pam Bondi, who immediately in the aftermath of the shooting of Renee Nicole Good came out and said Renee was a domestic terrorist, who immediately in the aftermath of the Epstein files voting came out and said Trump has nothing to do with Epstein. They'd never even met the guy, who immediately in the aftermath of this came out and said that Alex Preddy was a domestic terrorist. I am sure we can trust you, Pam Bondi, with election integrity. Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, who broke this news, said Pam Bondi just sent a letter to Minnesota officials saying ICE will leave if the state turns over its voter database. He breaks it down.
By now, you've seen this horrific video, another individual killed in Minnesota. It's just fucking awful, the inhumanity of this. We cannot fund ICE as it is constituted today. But we found out something else really important today. Pam Bondi sent a letter to state officials in Minnesota in which she made a list of demands for ICE to leave Minneapolis. And one of those demands was that the state turn over its voter rolls to the federal government. This has never been about public safety. Minneapolis is a much less safe place today because ICE is there. This is likely about trying to rig and steal the election. Donald Trump is wildly unpopular. He is not committed to democracy. And he knows the only way that his movement is to retain power the only way that his corporate allies retain power, his billionaire allies retain power this November, is for Trump to steal the election.
He is working to steal the election. So just to explain, turning over voter rolls to the federal government. So if the state of Minnesota did turn over the voter rolls, what does this mean? It would have serious implications to election integrity and civil liberties within the state that turned over the voter rolls, because they contain sensitive personal information, like I mentioned earlier, social security numbers, names, addresses. And when that data is centralized and then shared with the DOJ, they can selectively purge those voter rolls by very, very intentionally highlighting, quote unquote, irregularities only in blue areas, hyper-fixating in a surgical manner on blue areas to highlight just normal, routine clerical errors that could be normally fixed with a phone call, but doing it in such a quiet manner where they're able to purge the voter rolls. They do this to disproportionately affect young voters, low-income voters, people who move frequently, voters of color that tend to vote blue in order to rig elections. We've seen it time and time again.
And so he's saying to Minneapolis, if you don't give me control of the voter rolls, then ICE isn't leaving. And you can see that if he gets away with it in Minnesota, he's likely going to try it in places like Philadelphia and Phoenix, other key cities in swing states. So understand why it's so important for us to draw a line. I have been arguing all weekend that the Senate should not pass funding for the Department of Homeland Security. First and foremost, because this is a rogue agency.
Finally, sorry to cut him off, but finally, Democrats are uniting on this issue. And Senator Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, came out and said Democrats are going to block the funding and stop this appropriations bill from passing so ICE cannot get funding. I explained this in a video earlier. Make sure you subscribe for more. At a time when this administration is attacking the press because the press provides transparency, they attack colleges because colleges create critical thinking citizens. They're attacking protesters because protesters provide accountability. We are the variable they did not consider.
Hey folks, Adrian Fuentes, Arizona Secretary of State. Really disturbing piece of information just surfaced. The Department of Justice, Pam Bondi, just sent a letter to Minnesota state officials telling them, basically trying to blackmail them and saying they will remove ICE officials from the state of Minnesota in exchange for the voter rolls and the sensitive data, which is the same type that I've been protecting here in Arizona, by refusing to turn it over, just like my friend Secretary Steve Simon in Minnesota. Here's the bottom line. A, they're not entitled to that data. B, this isn't leadership. This is blackmail. This is the way organized crime works. They move into your neighborhood, they start beating everybody up, and then they extort what they want. This is not how America is supposed to work. And I'm embarrassed that the administration is pushing in this direction. I'm Adrian Fuentes, Arizona Secretary of State, and I'm going to continue to fight against the Department of Justice and their ridiculous and illegal requests for your personal identifying information.
Thank you, Adrian Fuentes. Shout out to Arizona, my home of 6 years once upon a time. I love to see the Arizonans doing stuff. Sharon McRib is here, the myth, the legend. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you for shining light on all of this. Adore you right back, Sharon. Thank you so much. Monte Cristo McRib, Sharon. Look at this guy with his son's hat. Get it, sir. Okay, Tim Walz. Then one of the many times now him having this little press conference in Blaine, Minnesota.
A letter from Attorney General Pam Bondi making several demands, I guess you would call them, regarding sanctuary cities, regarding fraud and voter rolls. Your response to that, and is there anything you can do to meet the Trump administration, at least part of the way, to try to turn this temperature down?
Well, first of all, it's not a serious attempt, and the Attorney General's in that. And I would thank the local folks and Commissioner Snell. Thank you to you and your team over there. In that letter, they talked about, you need to hand people over who are in your jails. They're taking credit for people that we've had in jail for a long time. We always hand them over, and the commissioner very clearly. So and
that's one of the things you will see. These right-wing talking points, these MAGA talking points, are Ilhan Omar and because they hate Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz, and it's their fault. And they're telling protesters to go out there, and they're paying these protesters, being my mom and dad allegedly, and it's all their fault. Instead of blaming Trump for what's going on, what he's created, this mess with this ICE agency, which is a joke. They're literally out there the same as Nick Shirley did, taking credit for shit that Minnesota's already handling. stuff that's already in the court, stuff that's already happening. They're pretending somehow that Tim Walz is behind hiding PDF files. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is literally hiding PDF files with the Epstein files and himself and his relation to it. And people always want to go, what about Bill Clinton? Well, lock him up too. Who's ever in those files, goodbye. You see how I don't give a shit about Bill Clinton. Like, I am not going to fight for any of these politicians. That's like cuckoo bananas business. You know, all PDF files are bad. Democrat, Republican, whatever. I mean, but this is the misinformation they're putting out. That, you know, tampon Tim, that's their big go. Ooh, not tampon. I'm telling you, if Tim can take a tampon, he's a better man than most. I don't know how they thought that was going to be a real dig. I mean, the reason for the season that you're all here, that women menstruate, in using these products that you put the pink tax on, even though we have no choice but to use feminine hygiene products because we have this thing called a period and menstruation so that everyone can be born in the history of time that we didn't ask for. And yet we still have to pay our whole lives for these feminine products that should just be free at this point, because if men got their periods and menstruated, they wouldn't have to pay for tampons, pads, Diva cups, and period underwear, anything. Okay, so they really, I mean, again, people who have never lived in Minnesota, people don't know anything about Tim Walz other than he was the running mate for Kamala Harris. And Ilhan Omar, oh, she's Somalian, and she said now she's this millionaire, and it's like, they just are fucking lying. The same way they lied about Alex Preddy is the same way they are lying about Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar, and they don't even know what's going on in Minnesota.
Lying. They're lying. You know, you need to hand people over who are in your jails. They're taking credit for people that we've had in jail for a long time. We always hand them over, and the commissioner very clearly. So they're lying. They're lying. This has nothing to do with fraud, as the attorney general said. They're not sending us forensic accountants, and these are things that have been we're dealing with now and have been for quite some time. So look, it's not a serious attempt to get at this. The way to fix this is get these folks out of here. We've continued to work with them. They asked us for these numbers. We provided them. We continue to show they're not serious. And look, I think everybody understands what the last request was, totally unrelated to anything on the voter files. This is, again, as the attorney general said, Donald Trump telling everybody that the election was rigged, who started all this nightmare for America, has nothing to do with it. And I would just give a pro tip to the attorney general. There's 2 million documents in the Epstein files we're still waiting on. Go ahead and work on those.
That's why they hate Tim Walz. Okay. No one's saying Tim Walz is perfect. No one's saying any of these Democratic politicians are perfect or we are beyond critique or criticism. The only ones saying that are people in the MAGA cult. You're saying that Donald Trump and his administration is above criticism and critique, which is really scary because all of these people work for us. You know, when it felt like they were tweeting too much and Tim Walz, it's like, what are you doing for this? People were calling him out. Democrats were calling him out. We're calling out Democrats that are voting for the funding of ICE. I mean, it's crazy. But that's why they hate him, because he's like, hey, yeah, maybe you want to look at that. You want to check out that. Like, Donald Trump is so mentally deficient that he can't stop coming for Tim. He's got such a boner for Tim. If he could get a boner, that he would have, his boner is for Tim Walz. It's ridiculous.
It's remarkable to hear what the Deputy Attorney General said about this. He said that essentially state and local officials, I'm going to read his words exactly, a federal investigation is ongoing. Make no mistake, this avoidable tragedy is a result of the total failure of Minnesota's city and state officials. He's blaming this.
I don't know how you can say
on state and local officials. How? I mean, what do you make of that?
You know, I have been with these officials. I have seen them. I think you have too, pleading for peace. And somehow 50,000 peaceful protesters in 10 below weather, I was there with them marching, when they were able to march without any problems. And then the next day, a half a dozen ICE and Border Control agents couldn't handle a guy with a cell phone taking video of them and shot him. So I think it's pretty obvious what's going on here.
So
what needs to happen is they need to leave.
ICE is murdering American.
So that was Amy Klobuchar. Amy Klobuchar, obviously a congresswoman from Minnesota. I think she wants to be the governor next, because I think Tim Walz is not running again. So she wants to be the next Democratic governor. I like Amy to a point. I have my own critiques of Amy. I feel as though she's not progressive enough that I would like Amy to be. And also she did something completely tone deaf during all of this. She went to like her high school for Hockey Day USA, because Minnesota is, the state of hockey is what we're known for, which is ironic since we have yet to bring a Stanley Cup home or go to the Stanley Cup. But I digress. Okay. But Amy was like, I went to my high school. I don't know if she went to like Wayzata High School or something. And she was posting about that while people are dying in the streets. And we're like, Amy, hi, maybe you could celebrate Hockey Day when we're not literally being taken over and shot dead by fascists. Thanks so much. She also did this thing during the Obama administration with making with Heinz to make tomato or to make ketchup like a vegetable. When Michelle Obama had high hopes that she could come in and work on like the dietary concerns of children and less sugary things, and then that got halted quickly because we know there is all of the FDA is a little corrupt on its own, and there's a lot of campaign financing from these big companies. So instead, Michelle Obama couldn't really come in with diet, which is the most important thing. She had to then push that tired campaign of kids move your body, which we all know are little fat American kids. And I can say that as a fat American woman, we get our kids fat because we're feeding them all these sugary processed foods, because these companies have, are paying certain politicians and stuff. So then we're like, no, just tell them to move. We still want them to eat the sugary stuff. We still want them to, have the whatever company that is invested in these politicians, and we don't want them to tell them not to eat that food. So move. But these children couldn't move enough to work off the amount of sugar that's in these foods. And I'm no dietitian, but I mean, I think we can all agree, like American processed food is like killing us all. But so those little things about, see how I can critically just go, hey, just because she's a Democrat and just because she'd be, better than any MAGA person, I can still be like, I don't like this about her, I don't like that. And I think she needs to be a little more progressive. But either way, I don't know. Maybe we want to go, can we go back to that? Where we're not on some kind of political team? Okay. Let's go back to this guy. So thank you, Amy, but I need to do a little bit better.
Adam. So I think it's pretty obvious what's going on here. What needs to happen is they need to leave.
ICE is murdering American citizens. Beating and kidnapping people who are in this country legally, creating databases of activists and labeling them as domestic terrorists. It is daily smashing the First and Fourth Amendments, and with no material consequence. And yet we watch leaders and structures of power fail to comprehend the moment in history we are actually in. But you know who isn't failing to comprehend it? Us. And this is where my anger turns to hope. We understand that it isn't courts who are keeping people from being ripped out of their homes in the arms of their loved ones. It is communities. Community rapid response teams, volunteer reporting networks, mutual aid networks, organizers, and activists who are rising to their moment in history.
We have a significant development right now. Centrist Democrats who vote.
The video right here is one of my favorite videos because it's literally people, Minnesotans, rescuing their neighbor from being dragged off by ICE. And they defeat them with snowballs.
It's not enough.
I mean,
Top titty 2x4 to end the game. That was nice.
iconic. And these guys are, they got the pepper spray, the bear spray. They don't even know how to make they don't even know a proper snowball fight. So they grab their fellow Minnesotan, like, get out of there. We got you. And these idiots are afraid of snowballs. Oh my God. The first time I was whitewashed, I was in kindergarten. If you don't know, whitewash, when they take the snow and they shove it in your face and then it goes down your jacket and your snowsuit. So you just have this like cold snow melting down, or they can take your face and push it into the snow. And these guys are just afraid of a little snowball. Shout out, save big money when you shop Menards. Okay. So that is just one of my favorites, as they literally pull this person away from these kidnappers in mass and street clothes who don't identify themselves, just stealing your neighbor. You're like, hey, I like that neighbor. It's never the neighbors you don't like. You'd be like, you can take that one. You know, we all have like probably one, maybe two. You can take him. Okay. He's kind of an asshole.
Mutual aid networks, organizers.
There's people in scarves and skirts. And these guys are terrified of a snowball.
And activists who are right.
That guy just gave up. He's like, fuck it. I can't do a squat. I gotta go. They got no core strength. You know, and I can say that as someone who also has no core strength. All right. So I'm not sitting here with a six pack. I too would struggle. But I wouldn't go be a federal agent.
Amazing. To their moment.
And they run off from the people throwing snowballs at them. Like, these dudes are such weak fucking pussy babies. Like, I hate to even say pussies, because pussies are strong and create life. But they just are tiny broken scrotums running away.
History.
We have a significant development right now. Centrist Democrats who voted to fund ICE just a week ago are coming out in droves and apologizing, saying they regret their vote. And not just that, they're calling Alex Preddy's death a murder. And it comes as Donald Trump is desperately looking for an off-ramp, so much so that he's spoken to Governor Tim Walz today and said that it was a nice call. This morning, Democratic Congressman Tom
I love that he lost. He's losing he loses all the time. He always loses with the tariffs. He always, talks a big game, but in the end, he's not able to deliver or be the tough guy that he thinks he is. He's just a loser. But he's going to be like, no, I wanted to have this call with Tim Walz. Well, did he release the information, the voting records to you? Because I don't think he did. And that's what you and Pammy Bammy wanted. Hockey in Pittsburgh. Thank you so much for coming in with the $4.99. Thank you. Says, thank you, Jolene. Serious topic, but thank you for bringing light with your humor so we don't cry. You're so welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. All right, let's keep going.
Wazzy put out a statement saying, quote, I fail to view the DHS funding vote as a referendum on illegal and immoral conduct of ICE in Minneapolis. I hear the anger from my constituents and I take responsibility for that. He then said, quote, the senseless and tragic murder of Alex Preddy underscores what happens when untrained federal agents operate without accountability. That's a stunning statement from a moderate Democrat, one who I guarantee would not have put out the statement but for the horrific murder. Now, I'm not excusing any of this. The vote shouldn't have happened in the first place. But this really is a watershed moment that people need to know about. And it comes as Donald Trump spoke with Governor Walz today. Now, Trump says he had a good call with Governor Walz and that their teams are going to be in communication, because it really seems as though the president and his team are actively looking for an off-ramp here. They know this isn't good for them. The ground beneath the feet of these politicians in Washington is actively moving. And you know why? Because of you. Your voices are being heard in Washington loud and clear. So keep speaking up, keep speaking out, spread the word. They have a major news right now regarding the murder of Alex Preddy.
Hell yeah. Aaron is awesome. Curious says, I lost a tooth to a snowball with a rocket as a kid. It's dangerous. Minnesota that's the danger. Sim says, yes, Aaron's awesome. Fantastic. You can follow him on the Instagram and the Twitter if you don't already. Aaron Parnas.
The dam is really breaking. Even now, a centrist Democrat who voted to fund ICE.
He's losing the centrists.
It's not enough.
Oh my goodness.
Dip my dunk in between your donut.
Just a few days ago, Laura Gillen just came out in favor of impeaching Kristi Noem. And if you
we got to get rid of these centrists. I can't with them.
I've fallen and I can't
know anything about Representative Gillen, you know that this is not normal. She's one of the most conservative leaning Democrats.
I'm so tired of those. So tired of the Chuck Schumers, like retire, like be done forever. Goodbye. Goodbye. You're holding us back from progress. Goodbye.
And she is now in favor of impeaching Kristi Noem. But it's not just that. Fox News isn't even buying the story that the Trump administration is spinning, with anchors all morning kind of saying that this isn't adding up. And it's exposing an even more significant rift within Republicans right now. Republicans who support the Second Amendment and Republicans who support Trump. Because the Republicans who support the Second Amendment are saying, just because you carry a gun and have ammunition doesn't mean you deserve to be executed. Because right now the narrative from the Trump administration, even 24 hours later, continues to be, well, Alex Preddy had a firearm and he had loaded magazines. But remember, he was legally able to carry that. A major shift. This is really, to me, a water.
Not according to Kash Patel. Not according to the administration. They changed the rules. They've changed it. They've changed the Constitution. All right. And it is very wrong. It's against the law.
Watershed moment right now. Spread the word.
Well, Green Day is going to be performing at the Super Bowl. Are they? But Bad Bunny's the halftime show, and they're very mad about that. But they did give us months to learn Spanish. Okay, I will be honest. My Spanish has not improved, but I'm excited for Bad Bunny. But Green Day, are they doing like the pregame, the opening, or are they doing halftime as well? I hope they are, because Trump hates them, and so I really hope they're performing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Miller now has the floor.
Is ICE salvageable? Miller.
No, you have to abolish ICE. There's no question. Look, this is.
Yeah, I got to rewind that. But Stephen Miller, oh, he's disgusting. He's so gross. He's like creepy.
Is ICE salvageable?
No, you have to abolish ICE. There's no question. Look, this is not an agency that can be reformed. It's not an agency that we can somehow retrain. ICE needs to be abolished, and we need to begin to rebuild real federal law enforcement, which we had in this country before. Decades ago, there were functions that ICE performed that other agencies used to perform, and now we have essentially a paramilitary force that's only accountable to Donald Trump.
Right.
Mabel, where are you? Where are you? I could watch this guy fall all day.
Pussy! Fucking pussy! Yeah!
And he does have birthing hips too, but I don't think he'd be strong enough to push out a baby. But you would think, he's got a little junk in the trunk, if you fall on the ice, it does hurt, especially if you hit your tailbone. But if you got some fat in that ass, which he does, he's got some fat in that ass, it shouldn't hurt that bad, sir.
Fucking pussy!
And again, who runs on ice? Who runs on ice? And he can't even get his footing. I don't even know. He's not even wearing boots. Check the bottoms. There's no gripping. I don't know what he's wearing. I think he's wearing loafers and he's running. Okay, Mabel, you're still here.
Fucking pussy! Fucking pussy! Yeah!
Let's watch that. Let's watch. And also, yes, talking about abolishing ICE and it being a complete failure. And this isn't a federal organization of the past that we've seen when it comes to, immigration and, border patrol type stuff. This is it's a joke. It's a joke because look at who they are, 47 days to train these idiots who don't even know not to run. And it wasn't black ice. It's not hidden. It's right there for you. What did he think? He was like, ooh, this street is glossy. Do you know what ICE is?
Before. Decades ago, there were functions that ICE performed.
That was in the past. We need to bring that shit back.
Other agencies used to perform. And now we have essentially a paramilitary force that's only accountable to Donald Trump.
Right.
Yeah, you can't have a paramilitary force only accountable to Donald Trump. That makes perfect sense.
Pussy! Fucking pussy! Fucking pussy! Yeah, fucking!
It's ice on ice crime. Oh, ice on ice. That guy, he's lucky he didn't fall back and hit his head. My dad hit his head on the ice at the father-son hockey game when my brother was a squirt for Harding hockey. I think he was a squirt. He wasn't a peewee. He was definitely a squirt. So they were little. My dad was playing father-son hockey, and Papa used to play hockey in high school. And so he was doing some moves, and then he got a concussion. So this ice agent is very lucky that he didn't. I don't think he hit his head. Let's. Where was he going? He was going to the pussy convention. He was going to the douchebag convention. He was going to protect a PDF file. That's it. He was going to Taco John's. I don't know. For White Castle because he loves white stuff. He does like a defeated jog is my favorite. There we go. Oh, he did hit his head. Oh, fuck. That's a concussion, bro. I hope you got that checked out. Because I think you're concussed. He did his head.
Pussy! Fucking pussy! Fucking pussy!
I mean, he'll be okay. The hockey players hit the ice all the time. I saw Zuccarello get hit while playing the, I think it was the Seattle Kraken. And this is like a couple months ago. And then he was out. And Zuccarello already lost a nut. Like the hockey players, he lost a whole testicle. So that guy will be fine. But he hit the way he fell on the ice. Like it could have broken his neck. It was one of the worst hits and falls. Like off a body check. Because Zuccarello was short and the guy was tall. And he got his shoulder in him. And it was awful. Shout out to the Minnesota Wild. Well, he barely hit his head. He's fine. Oh, the Kraken is your state. We love the Kraken because our team, the Firebirds, the AHL team, feeds up into the Kraken. So they're the amateur AHL team for the Kraken. So you have Joey, and we used to have Joey. We miss Joey. One of your goalies.
Enough!
Like, fucking pussy! That's never gonna get old.
Enough!
I mean, it's his own fault. Who runs on ice? Nobody runs on ice. Even people who don't know about ice know it's slippery. Have you touched an ice cube? Imagine walking on an ice cube, idiots. I mean, so stupid. That's just Darwinism or something. That's so. What's the thing called where it's natural selection?
We have all lived in the United States through truly a countless number of school shootings. School shooting after school shooting after school shooting after school shooting. And the conservative argument that allows school shootings to continue has always basically boiled down to we have to protect the Second Amendment. We have to allow people to carry weapons. We have to allow people to own and carry weapons legally. And some little kids die. That's okay with them. Unfucking believable argument, by the way. Every argument I've seen for why Alex Preddy's death was justified yesterday is like, well, he had a gun. Shut the fuck up! You've spent 30 years straight telling us that children have to die so that we're allowed to legally carry weapons everywhere in the United States. This guy was being beaten to a pulp on the ground. He didn't draw his weapon. He had a weapon on him legally. And they shot the fuck out of him and killed him. So shut the fuck up. We have been telling you for 30 years, we don't think people should be allowed to have as many guns as they're allowed to have or carry them legally around the United States. We've been telling you that for years. You've told us that it has to happen. It has to continue. Children continue to have to die to allow us to carry guns around. So shut the fuck up.
Well, ICE has murdered another American citizen in Minneapolis. As old Texas Paul, hope your coffee's as good as mine. Hell, I hope it's better. I really do. Please forgive us.
That's Texas Paul. My dad's Minnesota Paul. I like this Texas Paul. Okay, and this is when Trump really fucked up. You got the Texas dudes telling you in their cowboy hat that you fucked up. And thank you so much for becoming a member. You little sweeties. Thank you so much. Let me find my little sound effect here. Thank you so much. And Mata. This was my first introduction to this guy. You guys know the Texas Paul? I did not understand. I did not know. I saw him like, who's this cutie? Feral Progressive, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Thank you so much. So now I'm like, oh, hey, Texas Paul. What's up, bruh? You guys know about the Texas Paul. Okay. Hell yeah. Shout out to Texas Paul.
There's wind noise. Alex Preddy did nothing wrong. He was just filming. Video shows he had a camera in one hand, nothing in the other. He was exercising his right as an American citizen to carry a concealed weapon, but he never touched it. He never touched it. And before they shot him, they took it from him. They murdered him on the ground in the streets of Minneapolis. Now, I've been digesting this all day long in the hopes of coming up with something unique to say. But I can't. It's the same old shit. MAGA is ICE, and MAGA and their Second Amendment shit has always been just that, shit. It's never been about American citizens protecting themselves against a tyrannical government. It's always been about arming white supremacists. That's what it's always been about for MAGA. And you know it because they're out there on social media right now joining in the chorus because our government is slandering and libeling Alex Preddy. They're calling him a dangerous terrorist because he was exercising his Second Amendment right. Never touched his gun, only filmed. They beat the shit out of him and shot him on the street, and our government is slandering and libeling him. And MAGA are joining in the chorus. We are not the same. We are not the same. Democrats have always stood up for the Constitution. Hell, Democrats have always stood up for children. Who's screaming for the release of the Epstein file? Democrats. Republicans don't want to see him. They found out cult daddy's in there. Oh, no, they don't want to see that shit anymore.
Texas Paul says cult daddy.
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading?
I mean, it's true. Cult daddy.
Fuck them kids. Even though pedophiles never stop raping kids.
I mean, yeah. I don't think there's any reform for PDF files. I haven't seen any successful, they're like, now a cure for PDF files. You can fix them. I don't think so.
And they know it.
So first and foremost, I am not anti-ICE. I am not anti-law enforcement. I am not anti any of that. I'm very much pro both those things. But I'm also not blind. I also can see what's happening. See, Trump derangement syndrome isn't that you criticize everything he does. Trump derangement syndrome is when you don't criticize anything he does. That's derangement. Supporting law enforcement doesn't mean you co-sign every single thing they do. Accountability isn't pro-police, it's pro-standards. So it's okay to call it out. Listen, no one's more pro-union than me, but I have no problem calling out fucking corruption, calling out fucking stealing, or calling out anything bullshit on my own side. I have no problem doing that because real strength is being able to call out your own side.
Right? Or not have a side. Just be critical of everybody. Be like, what's that hoe doing over there? I'm ready to, I'll throw them all under the bus for the American people, for the greater good. Okay. All these politicians are so lucky. We're still fighting for fucking healthcare, and they are in Congress and they get it for life. Even if they suck at their job, they got it for fucking ever. They never have to worry about their benefits. So I'll tell them they all suck. I'm not wearing their gear. I don't care. I had one Bernie Sanders t-shirt in 2016 when I was in LA. It was cute too. And I wore it to an Ani DeFranco concert. I don't know if I've had other politician gear. I don't think so. Now, if I found some cool retro shirt my mom gave me or something, I might rock that, but come on. I wouldn't be draping myself in one of these idiots in their merch. Pamela, son of a bat, thank you for being a member for 15 months. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Pamela. So good to see you. Always a pleasure. Ruby, thank you for becoming a member. Margie ETX, thank you for becoming a member. You guys are killing it.
And make it better. That's the whole point of you being a part of something. Blind loyalty, that's for cults. And I'm not in a cult. And I'm not saying you guys are. But blind loyalty without standard, come on, man. It's okay to call out your side. Barack Obama deported over 3 million Latinos. We saw none of this. None of it. I didn't see any of this shit. So it's okay to walk and chew gum at the same time. You can be pro-police and also say, this is too far. This is too much. What are we doing? What's happening? You don't lose your values because you speak up. You prove that you actually have some by speaking up. So it's okay to see something, disagree with it, understand it's from your president, and be like, dude, this is too much. And I understand you voted for this. I get it. You voted for immigration reform. But masked people in the streets throwing kids in the back, and I'll play ball that some of the media is extreme, right? Left, right. I don't trust it. I don't believe it. A lot of its rhetoric is fucking fueled by division. But to make it seem like I don't have two eyeballs watching this shit unfold and be like, this is a little extreme. Come on, man. Come on. Y'all motherfuckers on the right have to step up a little bit to say, we need reform, but this is too much.
That was not self-defense. That was...
Okay, I like this guy because he just yells in his car. You know, so if you're ever like, oh, I can't yell today, watch him yell. He will yell for us. Thank you, Margie. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mimi, that was funny. Literally the only thing I have that is in any way political is Barack Obama's first book that my brother bought for me years ago, and I don't even know where it's at. That just proves, Mimi, you're not in a cult, okay? And when the people, they always want to use the Barack Obama deported. Yeah, but not this way. There's a way. No one's saying, hey, you can't go get the, undocumented PDF files. I mean, let's get the ones in the White House too. No one's saying that. We're saying we just don't want you to forego due process. We don't want you attacking Americans. We don't want these weirdo, untrained losers showing up, asking us for papers and targeting Black and brown people. We don't want you coming into our communities with your guns out and killing us in the streets. I don't remember Barack Obama doing that. I don't remember even seeing the deportations they were doing. I don't think there's any Democrat that would, or any whatever the non-MAGA person that's out there going, I want the undocumented, really bad criminals to stay. Yeah, I really like them. No one's saying that. I mean, there's just no, I don't know anyone that's saying that. They're saying, hey, let's not go tear up cities, harass people, scare people, kill people. That's not how it should be done. We can do better than that. We should be better than that. Clearly we're not. But God.
Not justified. That
have to step up a little bit to say we need reform, but this is too much.
That was not self-defense. That was not justified. That was a fucking execution. And anybody who thinks differently needs to get fucked. Who's a legal observer who was there doing nothing but record.
I really like this guy. What's his name? It's Luke_7. Get fucked.
Who then tried to help a female protester, was pepper sprayed, tackled, fucking pistol whipped about 1 billion fucking times, and then fucking executed. That's what fucking happened. But he had a gun. Yeah, and he had a legal right to. He's a U.S. citizen with the fucking permit required to carry it. And you can see the ICE officer in the gray jacket take it out of his waistband before they fucking kill him. So why don't you tell me how a man who at the time of his death was unarmed, had been pepper sprayed, beaten, mercilessly fucking pistol whipped about 1 billion goddamn times and had about 6 dudes all fucking over him. Why don't you tell me how that's a fucking threat? They murdered an American citizen in broad fucking daylight again. abolish ICE and prosecute every last one of these rat fucking bastards and lock them up for the rest of their godforsaken fucking lives, and then do the same goddamn thing to these soulless fucking husks that sent them there in the first place.
Oh, when he says these soulless fucking husks that sent them there in the first place, sir, thank you. That is the most patriotic shit I've heard in a long time. Okay? Oh, I love it.
God is a man made up by other men to tell them that they're special.
Thank you, sir. Round of applause. We get the round of applause going. Round of applause. Oh, so great. Oh, look at Gregory Bovino. Lost his jobbio. Got replacioed. Oh, look at him. Doing the frickin' Elon Musk Nazi salute. Oh, Jesus. Ah, jeez.
That's Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino appearing to give a like salute to the agents who work for him. Many have compared him to an SS commander, and not just because of his distinctive trench coat uniform. He's led the most violent of the ICE raids, getting into multiple legal battles about his tactics, like using force against protesters, clergy, and journalists in Chicago. The guy literally led a midnight raid into an apartment building and arrested children. Agents used Black Hawk helicopters and flashbang grenades, then filmed it for propaganda. He was also behind the operation in Minneapolis when Renee Good was fatally shot by an ICE agent. His tactics are under scrutiny in cities across the country because of widespread warrantless stops, heavy use of force, and violent raids. But if we back up and look at Trump's DHS as a whole, this kind of makes sense because the agency hasn't hidden its intent to attract men aligned with white supremacist ideology. Recently, DHS referenced a neo-Nazi anthem in a recruitment ad. In October, it posted an image of George Washington on a horse with the phrase "America for Americans," a slogan widely associated with the KKK. That same month, it posted night imagery, frequently used in propaganda to brand themselves as crusaders defending Europe. And in an August post, DHS wrote, "Which way, American man?" a reference to a 1978 book by Nazi author which promotes racist and violent ideology. Gregory Bovino isn't a one-off. He's the encapsulation of Trump's authoritarian immigration policy. But here's the thing. They're trying to instill fear with these costumes and aggressive tactics, but we see them for how pathetic and desperate they really are. That's why people are still standing up to protect them.
Oh, he's so gross. All these guys are so gross. Their dental is horrendous.
Trump's authoritarian immigration.
Ah, he looks like the fucking, what's the thing in the Stranger Things? You know what I'm talking about? What is that guy with all the teeth? Like, ah, I just finished the last season of Stranger Things. Clearly I paid attention. Ah, not the Gargamel. You know what I'm saying? Someone will put it in the chat with all those teeth. There's too many teeth. There's too many teeth. Dude's from the upside down.
Policy. But here's the thing. They're trying to instill fear with these costumes and aggressive tactics. So
kind of like Vecna, but Vecna's hotter, but he kind of does look. Oh, it looks like upside down Vecna. Or the Demogorgs. He looks like a Demogorgon. Ooh. Ooh. What is going on? His canines are like, Jesus Christ. Oh, just wait. He is into some, like, he's into some weird shit. Guaranteed. Allegedly. Pays people to do strange things to him.
We see them for how
he's a fucking Demogorgon. But one of the weak ones. You know, Will would have just gotten right in there and controlled his ass. That's a scary look. That's like a gross psychopath. That looks like a serial killer. Why has he shaved the side of his head like that? His head. I thought he had two heads for a second. That is like when the alt-right ages horribly. It's very bad. That is a walking broken tiki torch. That is horrible, sir. Oh my God, he's got his gingivitis has gingivitis. Line so deep, put your ass to sleep. He does look like Ed Gein. He probably eats people. Obviously, allegedly. That, like Nick Shirley, this is satire. Okay? Seriously, guys. It's just satire, you guys.
Allegedly.
Seriously, don't you like satire? It's just satire. Ugh, yeah, he is. He's like, my breath is. Yeah. Ugh. He's like a sleep paralysis demon. Like one of those from, remember Evil? Oh, that was such a good show. They need to bring it back. He's the sleep paralysis demon from Evil. What a dork.
Pathetic and desperate.
Now he just has to go back to just being short and overlooked. Like he should be.
They really are. That's why people are still standing up to protect their communities.
Yeah, get out of Minnesota. Oh, looks like you have to go, sir. You have to go. Because let's look at the latest. You guys have been putting it in the chat, but since I went live, there was an update on Greg Bovino. He's such a dork. I just can't. He's such a loser. Okay. ABC News. 3 hours ago, Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino returning to position in El Centro. Oh, brah. Oh, that's rough.
I eat pieces of shit like you for breakfast.
You eat pieces of shit for breakfast?
And then, he won't be able to
No.
take the L like a man. And he'll be like, I wanted to. I did what I was set out to do. He won't be able to just say, I was fired because I fucking suck at my job.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Oh, God. He'll be like, this is all I was meant to do.
It's an urban legend that never happened.
Nah, brah. You got fired. Okay. They gave you a cease and desist.
Cease and desist. You sent a cease and desist.
You got a cease and desist. Shout out to Ballet Flats Janice with the cease and desist. Oh, okay, Greggy. Okay, Greg's got to go back to El Centro. Poor El Centro. I feel so bad. Customs and Border Protection Commander at Large, Greg Bovino, is returning to El Centro.
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading?
This guy. Oh, man. To resume his duties as chief of the sector, multiple sources told ABC News. Yeah, Greggy. Poor Greggy. The position of commander at large was a temporary position. Don't even. Just what? These people can't even take an L. Like, you failed, sir. You couldn't overtake the ice fishing people. My people defeated you, sir. Horrible. You bought the costume. You had the big boy jacket. And you still did really bad. Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement on Monday that Bovino has not been relieved of his duties, referring to him as a key part of the president's team and a great American. No.
It's inappropriate.
You stop. Why do these Trishas always be lying? Why you always lying? It comes as Bovino and some Border Patrol agents are leaving Minneapolis. Aw, bye, bitch.
It's inappropriate.
Bye. Just as the border czar, Tom Hooman, arrives in the city. Ugh. Well, he won't last long. President Donald Trump on Monday announced he is dispatching Hooman, I'm going to call him Homan, bypassing the normal chain of command, where Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Bovino have been overseeing. Is Kristi about to get fired? Kristi's about to lose her job. Get this dance. He has not been involved in that area, but knows and likes many of the people there. Tom is tough, but fair. What? Okay. I can't believe anything that these fuckers say. And will report directly to me, Trump wrote in social media while sitting down with sores on his hands and swollen ankles and forgetting where he's at and pissing himself. Allegedly. Obviously, this is just like Nick Shirley, you guys. It's freaking satire.
Allegedly.
Noem and Chief Advisor Corey Ludinowski met with Trump for almost 2 hours on Monday, according to the New York Times, where Kristi Noem's face was falling off. And so the guys had to help her lift her fallen face up. Okay, that's just allegedly.
Allegedly.
It was at her request, according to the Times, and her job reportedly isn't in jeopardy. Not right now, but eventually.
Jesus is just alright with me.
You're gone. No.
Jesus is just
All right.
alright. Oh yeah.
The minute that Botox starts twitching, you're gone. Tensions over the administration's sweeping immigration enforcement. I mean, isn't it enforcement? Or is it a failed takeover where they murdered Americans? Escalated over the weekend after the federal agent involved a deadly shooting. Why don't they just call it an execution, a murder of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis on Saturday? So Greg Noem, Bovino, and FBI Director Kash Patel, he's got to go too. Okay, he's got to go and get his eyes fixed. Have defended the agent's actions. Noem said Preddy had been brandishing, straight up lies. I cannot wait. We got to get them trials going. I'm going to try to get front row seat because this will catch up to them. It has to. I believe. Oh, you guys. So, Greggy. Greggy failed. It's not enough. He wasn't enough, Greg. And now no one's going to pay attention to you.
No one will want to stalk that ugly bitch.
You're just going to be in El Centro, California. Too close to me, I'll be honest. A little too close for comfort. Oh my gosh. Poppy says, Christy and Corey are having an affair. Gross. Quit ruining sex, Poppy. Quit ruining sex.
You guys, seriously, what about me?
Ew. Is anyone ever going to be intimate again? Then we'll just think of that. Oh, disgusting. No, Sankey. All right, you guys. I said I was going to show you. Now, the minute you want to be like, Joleen sucks. She talks about politics. She's progressive. She should shut up. She's stupid. Did I tell her before that she was so funny and she made my day every day? Yeah. But I like President Kankles way more than her. And she should not talk about this stuff. And she's so dumb. Okay, before you go and blame me, I want you to blame the two people that made me. All right. Shout out to Nana and Papa. They're going to have to be responsible for their 45-year-old daughter. So here, these are the two that you're going to have to blame.
It's not enough.
All right. They did this to me. That's my parents. That's Nana and Papa out there in front of the Capitol on one of the many protests. That's what they're doing in their retirement. They made me this way. All right. Baby, I was born this way. That's my dad's favorite sign that he keeps in his basement. The basement he built himself a bar down there, even though all of us are alcoholics and none of us drink anymore. Welcome to the Midwest. Okay. But on his favorite reclining couch, there's him and his friend. Stop the war on workers. Stop the coup. All right. Like I came by this honestly, and Nana's the worst. She's so cute and progressive. Look at Nana. She was holding the sign at the Capitol. I don't know how many months ago this was, saying, thanks, Bernie. Oh, God. I mean, Nana.
Top titty 2x4 to end the game. That
There
was
she
nice.
is with her friends. There's my Aunt Janine holding up Democracy First. I think that's my Uncle Walt holding up Moscow Agent Governing America. The sign is in a frame. My dad does carry it in the frame, but I think it's like a poster frame. So that's what he does. And now here's Nana shitting on Elon Musk, as one should. Nana, with her Nicorette in her mouth, says Musk is public enemy number one. I gotta agree with her. Okay?
No one will want to stalk that ugly bitch.
No one's gonna stalk that ugly bitch, Elon Musk. All right, so there's Nana. Just doing the damn thing. So I didn't even have a choice in this. There's my dad saying due process is a human right. You can see Papa back here. My mom, Nana, right in front of him. There's my wonderful Aunt Janine and my wonderful Uncle Walt. That's my mom's brother. And there's Janine. She is a wonderful nurse, my auntie. She's now a retired nurse. She's what with the Believe the Women. Ugh, I didn't have a chance, You're
Despicable.
And then with a family like this out there, I never had a chance. My Uncle Walt holding the No King. Then No King now. What am I supposed to be? The outcast of the family? They're like, you're not progressive enough. And I'm like, I'm trying my best. I'm like, fine, I'll turn to my YouTubes. They would literally, like, you can't blame me. They would literally disown me. I could never go back home. There's Nana. She got her nails painted. No King then, No King now. I gave her that tie-dye sweatshirt. She loves it. Looks cuter on her. There she is there. Here's Nana again at the Capitol with my aunt and uncle again and one of her friends. And here's cute little Nana saying dump Trump. My Aunt Janine. She's got her sign, Patriots versus Kings here. My uncles resist like it's 1775. And then their cute little friend says, end wasteful spending. Stop giving billions to Musk. And they're at the Minnesota State Capitol. I mean, literally. This is what they're doing. Okay. Yeah. Cheers to Nan and Papa, but it's also their fault. It's also their fault that I'm this way. It's their fault that since we started this live, let's just take a look for funsie. See how many people, since I put that post, like so many people have unsubbed, which like if you've been like, this isn't my first rodeo. And of course I was always going to talk about these things because I've always talked about it on the channel, but I know that a lot of people found me through like Lauren Matthias and stuff and Hidden True Crime. And they're probably like, damn that bitch. We really like to laugh at her. So we're under 52,000 now. They got me down to 51,996. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Turn his TV off. Turn his TV off.
How am I going to sleep tonight?
No one would want to stalk that ugly bitch.
They're like, nope. We got to go. So I think when I made the post, I started at like 52,040. So I mean, that's not that bad, right? Do the math. From 52,040 or 50 subscribers to 51,996. That's, do the math. I'm not going to do the math. I don't do the math. But yeah, I've had people unsub before. Ask Jamie B, ask Care Bear, ask Evelyn, mods who have been here for a long time. Should have saw when I was doing the signal chats. Oh boy, people were mad. They were very mad. So it's always very freeing for me. It's actually good because it is really when I don't feel like when I'm just, talking about, anything that I talk about spiking my dopamine, but this serious shit is going on and almost feeling like, if I ever question, like, should I talk about this? Which rarely, but if I haven't talked about it, then I feel like it's building up. I need to talk about it. So I knew this was coming. And I knew there were people that were going to, they're going to lose their favorite comedy channel. They were, I knew it. I was like, oh, enjoy it now. I had someone, their name was For MAGA, and they were nice. But I go, you're not going to last long. You're not going to like it here. That's why I have this little thing.
Before I get too many followers, I just want you to know you're not going to like it here. No. No, you might not stay around for long. And I know it. This could be your purgatory on Earth.
Yeah, I knew it. I felt, a little bit of me felt bad. Like, I'm going to rip this great entertainment from these people. It's just such great entertainment. But yeah, I knew. I'm like, I'm sorry. It's coming. It's coming. But again, it's not my fault. I had no choice. All right. And so here we are. And I feel better. My husband Chell's like, as I was, I'm like, he's like, you started losing subscribers yet? I go, it's starting. I feel cleansed. It's like, I can't hide it. I can't sell out. I can't fake the funk. It's not in me. Sorry. And maybe some people will stick around hiding in the bushes. Maybe. I don't know. Earthly said I blocked For MAGA. So I was like, let's just, you never know because people could be, the name is For MAGA. It's not promising, but maybe they'll be open-minded. Maybe they'll be like, hey, maybe they're not completely For MAGA, but it turns out they were over entertainment. I don't know what Donald Trump's bringing to the table to make you pick Donald over me because I feel like I'm the clear choice, but clearly I might have been wrong. So you guys are beautiful. So we're going to keep talking about this stuff and we're going to keep covering it and having some fun and roasting this shit up. So honestly, if this isn't your thing, I get it. And God bless and good luck. But if it is your thing, you're in luck because it's hitting the dopamine to be here with you guys and be able to try to find some humor in this, which, I don't know if we're always going to be funny, but it, whatever. It is what it is. You guys are so fun. I can't not call. I'm with you. I can't be raised by those fucking hippies and then listen to Ani DeFranco my whole life and then go, yeah, Trump. It's just not. I can't do it. Okay. Oh, no, you don't have to be quiet, Mary. Never think you have to be quiet. Thank you guys. So sweet. So sweet. All right. Well, that was fun. We're at 4 hours. We'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. I think I'm going to do, so make sure you have your notifications on. I should be back probably around like 2 or 3 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. Hopefully I don't have to bump it back, but depending on ADHD and fur babies, that's the only thing. So thank you guys so much for all of your comments, participating in the chat, all of the information. Thank you, Sarah Elena Peterson. You little sweetie. Thank you for the super sticker. And shout out to Bovino. Oh, God. Sucks, little dude. And don't forget to hit that like. Leave a comment after the video post. It helps. Share me with any of your friends who you think might enjoy this. Probably if their name is, Love Mega 1247. Don't share me with them. They'll probably be insulted. But people that you think would like me, feel free to share. Follow me on social media at Joleen Lunzer if you want to see more of my bullshit. But until next time, like I always say, enjoy yourself because it's later than you think. Bye.